USB drive game.
पानी का बॉटल वो अच्छा पानी का बॉटल चंदन को बोलिए वो बराबरी वाले लेके आएंगे।
वो बोला है
हाँ वही चाह रहा
SIS 70 never.
@70 है। मैं आपके व्हाट्सएप से विनीत जी को लिंक भेज रहा हूँ। हाँ करवा दीजिए, पर टेम्परेचर थोड़ा कम रखिए और नॉर्मल रखिएगा कि बहुत ज्यादा ठंड ना हो जाए। अच्छा ठीक है, एडजस्टेबल नहीं है क्या? एडजस्टिंग नहीं है? अच्छा ठीक है, चला दीजिए थोड़ा देर के लिए। कि फोन में मेरा नंबर है क्या? दे दीजिए, मैं बोल दीजिए 9999 8426।
Good morning, good morning, Manish. How are you? Good, sir. Nice to see you. Great.
आपका नाम सर? सोना। सोनू। डॉक्टर सोनू, हाँ। अभी जैसे ही किया तो
Separate.
मेरे कैमरा ज्यादा अच्छा है सर।
So 820 days.
अरे आप मेरे वाले से ही किए होते ना सर, आप लेते आए हैं।
चल तो ये यूट्यूब पर चल रहा है।
हाँ
तो ये यहाँ पर आ जाएगा।
है ना
10 से 15 सेकंड का टाइम लगता है
अच्छा अच्छा।
जूम से यूट्यूब पर जाने के लिए।
हाँ सर।
उसको सेव कर
हाँ
आ गया बस
ओके नाउ हम तुम्हें वहां पे
म्यूट कर देना उसमें, अभी के लिए म्यूट
Good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this gathering. We have convened today to discuss the US presidential election. So, as we all know, it is a very significant election year. We are having elections in India as well as in United States of America. And uh, a lot depends on how this election turns out for both people inside the United States and also for the rest of the global community, because the way US policy leans, it has significant impact on the rest of the world as well. So depending on who is going to be the next occupant of the White House, uh, it might have significant uh, implications for the rest of the world, right? And also for the people of the United States of America. Now, just to briefly set the context, the US election is a two-part process, we can say. One is the nomination of candidates. So that part is already over. We have Donald Trump, who is the presumptive nominee of the Republican Party, and President Biden, who is the incumbent president. He is the uh, uncontested nominee of the Democratic Party. So the second phase is yet to start. That would happen after uh, the conventions of the two parties take place, where they officially announce their candidates for the presidential contest. So that is one. One unique thing about this election is that this time the nomination process was very short. Usually it goes up to June, to the time of the conventions, but this time it was pretty short. Uh, we have with us, we'll kickstart this discussion on US presidential elections, the race for the White House, with a conversation between Ambassador Nirupama Rao, who is here with us, and between Professor Amitabh Mattu. So Ambassador Rao is a distinguished career diplomat, and she has represented India in different positions in the rest of the world outside India. And she has served as India's ambassador to the United States. She was also India's foreign secretary, the topmost position in Indian Foreign Service. And she has a distinguished career behind her. And she is also author of a book, The Fractured Himalayas, which is very widely acclaimed in terms of its scholarship. Welcome, ma'am, to this for coming to our seminar. And I would request our Dean, Professor Mattu, to to felicitate ma'am by presenting a token of our appreciation. We all are aware and familiar. Our beloved Dean, Professor Mattu, he's a professor in Center for International Politics. He is a professor of disarmament, and he has written extensively on issues in world affairs. We all are aware of that. And his scholarship is widely acclaimed and respected. So now the format for for this seminar is a conversation between Ambassador Rao and Professor Mattu. So now I'll hand it over to them to start the proceedings.
Thank you. Thank you, Vinny, and congratulations on organizing a very timely seminar on the race for the White House, candidates, parties, and the presidential campaign of 2024, perspectives from India. I cannot think of a better way to begin the seminar with having a fireside chat with Ambassador Nirupama Rao, who has served not only as ambassador to the United States, but also as a fellow at Weatherhead Center international diplomacy at Harvard, and then also for a year at Brown, 2 years at Brown. And Ambassador Rao has, of course, written extensively on China, a book, Fractured Himalayas. It's really one of the most interesting books and incisive books and insightful books that I have read on China. And she is now planning on a memoir based on her travels and stay in China, including beginning from the first opening that was made in China during Rajiv Gandhi's period. But today, I know that Ambassador Rao is someone who follows America, has followed American elections, has navigated, helped to navigate India-US relations at extremely difficult times during the last years. And she's agreed first to speak for about 15 minutes, in some ways providing us with a bird's eye view of India-US relations, of the presidential election, and thereafter we'll have a kind of Joycean stream of consciousness on various aspects of India-US relations as well as the presidential election in America, and what's interesting and intriguing and about the current elections. Ambassador Rao, for all those not familiar, is also a very, very well-known and critically acclaimed singer, Western classical singer. I would hesitate. Is it a, what is the note? I mean, you're not a soprano, but you're
That's a contralto.
a contralto. And she is also an impresario because she is the founder of the South Asia Symphony Orchestra, which has performed extensively and has participants, I think, except for Pakistan, from all the other South Asian countries, including from Afghanistan. And I remember seeing
From across the world.
and across the world. I remember one Afghan young musician who, because of the work being done by the Symphony Orchestra, first time got to actually play or see a piano in real life. So the impact in which our orchestra is on is the impact that's been created not only by bringing people together from all over South Asia, but also in terms of reinforcing how, as in her words, make music, not war. So with those words, may I request Ambassador Rao to make her opening statement for about 15 minutes. Would you like to use the podium? This is being live streamed, so I think we need a
If I put this. Hello, everybody. Professor Mathu, Dr. Prakash, faculty members and students present here today. It is always a special experience to come back to JNU. I haven't been back for some years now. And just to be here and to be always impressed by the green that surrounds you here in the heart of Delhi makes every visit here really unique for me. I live in Bangalore, actually, and I came up for this meeting and I head back today. There's such a world of difference when you come up north and if you're living in the south. Not that there's a north-south divide, but you realize how, as we do with everything in India, we celebrate the difference. Professor Matu invited me here for this seminar on the US elections. And you're going to be listening to a constellation of experts on the subject. So I hope I will be able to deliver something of value to all of you. In case I do not, well, there's, the best is yet to be. So I'll leave it like that. Since we're talking to students here, there's so many hashtags associated with this election. Democracy, it rolls off your tongue quite easily, democracy. Authoritarianism, not so easy to roll off the tongue. Xenophobia, exclusion, insurrection, demagoguery, immigration. Taylor Swift, she's also, seems to be part of the dialogue. Somebody said that she resides in the heads of many Fox News anchors today. They seem to be obsessed with her. But be that as it may, I think when it comes to a US election, or for that matter, an Indian election, I always say, since India has given a special meaning to bigness, and we are the biggest democracy in the world, perhaps we should style ourselves as leaders of the free world now, given our numbers. It's the Americans who have traditionally sought that title for themselves, but I think they will get some competition from us now. So there are many destinies that are involved with this election, the US election, not just the destiny of the United States, but also the destinies of so many of us in the rest of the world. For the reason that the United States exerts so much weight across the global stage by virtue of its reach, its military and economic power, one, and all the partnerships that we have with America today. So destinies hang on very slender threads when it comes to elections anywhere, and particularly for the United States. Now, the quote I wanted to say about Taylor Swift, in fact, was that she is staying rent-free in the head of Fox News anchors today. In many ways, I think, in many democracies, many people from the past stay rent-free in our heads, right? So I would also like to mention, I just read this piece in the New Yorker by Evan Osnos. I don't know if any of you had seen the piece. It's on Biden, President Biden. But he has this quote here which sort of struck me, and I'll read it out. This election has an element that is beyond anything we've ever really dealt with before. And he's referring to the American election. Now you have two candidates, positioned, poised, directing their campaigns against each other. You have President Biden, who calls himself the bridge president. And you have former President Donald J. Trump, who many say, and I've been listening to a lot of podcasts on this, that Trump is running as an insurrectionist. He's not running as an incumbent, but as an insurrectionist. And you all know the meaning of the word. I don't have to elaborate on it. But, I recall this, during the early phase of the history of the People's Republic of China, there is this very, very used quote called "bombard the headquarters." And I think when you apply that to the former President Trump and you recall the events of January 6th on the Capitol, when, you had the attack on the Capitol, and everything seemed to remind you how things can so easily fall apart in democracies. And so he runs as an insurrectionist and almost for his followers, a messianic kind of figure. And you don't attach messianism to President Biden by any definition. Now, when you look at President Biden's presidency, he's done a lot for the country. There have been a lot of new policies and measures introduced in order to improve the ordinary lives of Americans. I don't need to go into that. All of you must have been tracking those developments. But the mood, as they say among the American people, towards President Biden is not really one of gratitude for all that he may have done for the country. All that the Biden administration has achieved. There's a lot of infrastructure work going on. Hundreds and thousands of jobs have been created. The economy is not doing too badly, but inflation is a problem and prices have been going up steadily. Mortgage rates are beyond the reach of the average American. So, as they say, achievement is not the same as inspiration. So they've achieved a lot, this administration, but whether they are inspirational enough to secure the numbers of votes required to defeat Donald Trump, one cannot say as yet. The task before President Biden is really to build that anti-Trump coalition. And you can imagine if you were to have campaign speech or an ad which illustrates the way America really erupted in chaos at the end of the last presidential election, and you splice together some of the remarks that President Trump makes, quite demonic, some of them, I think there will be some impact on many, many voters. They say about 15 million voters are committed to Trump. This is, the Republican Party has more or less been commandeered by Donald Trump. And it's the whole MAGA coalition, Make America Great Again, coalition and interests that seem to guide the destinies of the Republican Party today. And essentially, this is a party that is totally has pledged its allegiance, let me put it diplomatically, to President Trump. About Mr. Trump himself, of course, he focuses his attacks on President Biden on the issue of age, for instance. Mr. Biden is 81 years old and Mr. Trump is 77, not so far behind. And if you were really dissecting what each candidate says, of course, Mr. Biden occasionally displays some slips of memory, and he's not as physically agile and active as he was, let's say, in 2016. But if you focus on Mr. Trump also, he does make some strange remarks from time to time. In fact, one of the campaign slogans that the Biden campaign uses, I saw one of the caps with this message, vote for Joe, not the psycho. So, well, that is, possibly something you can think very carefully about what Mr. Trump says. And he also tends to confuse names. He referred to the president of Hungary as the president of Turkey, for instance, just as one example. But in many ways, this is an election, as it was in 2016, of our discontent, as they say in America. There is a lot of discontent that has still not been addressed. This is a society that is polarized. Politics is very divided in the country. And people like Mr. Trump, candidates like Mr. Trump, see the election not as an election, but more as a movement. It's a movement. And he sees, and his followers are like a cult. So this is a very different definition of democracy as we have all known it. And America, modern America, the United States, is regarded as a temple of democracy. And you wonder how that democracy is being redefined today, and whether the constitutional values that made America what it is, a great country, will be sustained and will endure. There's also the question of women's vote. the dismantling of the Roe versus Wade judgment of the Supreme Court of the United States has had a very, very, I would say, devastating fallout on women in the US. And many states in the US have banned abortion. And you have mostly male politicians, Republicans, speaking about banning abortion altogether. And I think this has really created discontent among women voters. And we'll have to see how that plays out, whether, this will affect the fortunes of Mr. Trump, whether it will improve prospects of Mr. Biden. But a lot of voters remain indifferent. They don't vote, which is not good for either candidate, especially, I think, for the Democratic candidate. The issue of young voters. Now, on the whole question of the situation in Gaza, now the United States is a staunch supporter of Israel. It always has Israel's back, whether it's the bipartisan support that has endured over the decades. But today, with the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, you see a lot of young voters expressing their opposition to what is happening there, the kind of campaign that Israel is running in Gaza. And there have been demonstrations across universities. And a lot of young voters are questioning the approach of the Biden administration to the whole issue of what is happening in the Middle East. And you've seen some adjustments being made now by the Biden coalition. You're aware of what Senator Chuck Schumer had to say about Netanyahu needing to be replaced or it being necessary for him to step down, and the kind of reactions from Israel. But Schumer is himself perhaps the most prominent Jewish politician in the United States, perhaps the most prominent Jewish personality in the United States today. Comes from New York, which has the largest Jewish population anywhere in the world. And his remarks, I think, were quite carefully choreographed and orchestrated, must have had, presumably, the support of President Biden also. And he's kept to that, to the central points that he made in his speech. It's not that the US is diluting or cutting down assistance to Israel. That has not changed. That continues. And the support is still there. But I think this is more a reaction to what you're seeing on the ground among young people and in the US and their approach to what is happening in Gaza. So you see the way adjustments are made and these positions are calibrated in what is a very rapidly shifting situation. So what impact is all this going to have on the US relationship? Tell me when I have to stop. We'll have, of course, under President Biden, this relationship has demonstrated more than ever before that it's a very sustained and sustainable partnership that our two countries have. And as Mr. Biden once said, it extends from the seas to the stars. There are many pillars to this relationship, whether military, whether economic, whether security, whether related to climate and energy, whether related to people ties. It really spans every field of human endeavor today. And it has grown in a very sustained, gradual, but always upward-oriented fashion over the last 2.5 decades, even under the presidency of Mr. Trump. Of course, Mr. Trump is very, very vocal and loud on issues of trade and protectionism and labor. And he has a way of canceling his last announcement overnight. So we'll have to see how that plays out in terms of relations with India, if he comes to power, of course, if he's elected. But with Mr. Biden, of course, as I said before, this relationship has grown, it has prospered. Both governments have every reason to be satisfied with the progress made. and it remains oriented towards the future, regardless of, hiccups and differences that may occur and continue to be embedded in parts of the relationship. I think both countries have learned to deal with this in a very mature and grown-up fashion. I'll stop here so we can continue our discussion. I've just tried to paint a rather impressionist picture of what is happening in the United States and what the possible impact could be on India. Thank you.
Would you want us to sit down for live streaming? Would that be better? Both of us sit down?
So you can maybe or you can from your.
I should be there.
Yeah, we can move the laptop there.
Okay, yeah, sure.
We need one more thing. What's this cross this?
Do you want to move it right here or? Yes, this is fine. I think we've had a fantastic overview of the elections and of India-US relations as they stand today. Let me begin, Pastor Rao, by looking back. This is the first rematch in almost 70 years. The last time there was a rematch was when Eisenhower was president and the great liberal hope, Adlai Stevenson, challenged him for a second time. In 1956, and much to the chagrin and disappointment of liberal constituencies the world over, Adlai Stevenson lost that election. What might have happened if Adlai had won that election? So this is the first time that you've had that rematch after all these years. Of course, a different kind of rematch between two aging, as Ambassador Rao pointed out, aging old men. And but I was reading The Economist today, and they said there are three other factors which could play. One is the role of the third candidate. The third candidates rarely have had influence in American elections, except for a few occasions. Al Gore blames his loss to Ralph Nader being present on the ballot. The rules of the ballot have changed, and then Ross Perot won 19% of the votes in another election. The second is if Trump goes to jail, what happens? That's still an open question. So third party, and you have other third candidates, including libertarians, green warriors, all sorts of, and including Robert Kennedy Jr., who's the most serious third party contender, but he's not neither left nor right. He's a vaccine skeptic, but he's also for fundamental freedom. And finally, is if Biden growing age-related issues, to put it politely, reflect themselves in the Democratic convention, will they just say, and he's showing in the swing states consistent trailing behind Trump, will they decide on someone else? I mean, one of the names often mentioned, but no longer seriously mentioned, was even Michelle Obama. So, Ambassador, would you say that this unprecedented rematch in some ways, and the three different kind of uncertainties makes this election really critical and important for what happens to America in the future? For America, you think is resilient enough, Biden may come, but loony Trump may win, but America will go on forever.
Well, I think can you hear me? In many ways, this is an inflection point for American democracy. The fact that you have a candidate like Mr. Trump holding so much sway over voters in the US, and the rather kinetic forces that he is able to muster indicate a trajectory for the future that is different from anything that we've seen before in American history. It's almost as if you are hearkening back to a rather nativist phase of that country's development and destiny. And the fact that you have that it's thrown up somebody like Mr. Trump points to some very underlying dissonances within the American fabric, as it were. We all wish, obviously, the best for the future of the United States, because so much of the prospects for our future are also tied up, with a country like that, not only in terms of our relationship, but also, as I said, in terms of the impact that the United States has on the rest of the world. So in terms of whether, what happens to Mr. Biden, I think the Democratic Party seems to be fully behind Mr. Joe Biden. And he's learned to joke about his age. He speaks about having spent 800.
One of them, loss making a difference. You have to do a long. Try it now. Hello.
Yeah, that's right.
Now it's better.
He speaks of having spent 800 years in politics. He jokes about it. And that the youth and inexperience of the other candidate, as he mentions, is something that is not a drawback for him as far as, his own political experience is concerned. So I think he's very much there to stay. The third candidate, like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I really don't know how far his prospects extend. He's made an impact to some extent. People are taking notice. But I don't think a US election, the fate or the outcome of the US election will center around what he does or the moves and the maneuvers that he makes. I mean, that's my reading of the situation.
Ma'am, if you could focus on the issue in the election, and the one which has always grabbed my curiosity is that in India, far more conservative society, you might say, a far more conservative nation, you might say, the debate in abortion is almost passé. And yet, the Supreme Court of America ruled in a way of Roe v. Wade, on Roe v. Wade, overturning Roe v. Wade, and potentially now making all abortion illegal in the United States. Is that why do you think that issue is still so important in the United States, and why is it also going to be a critical social issue on which this election is being fought?
Well, I think the issue of reproductive rights and reproductive health is important for women anywhere in the world, as much as it is for the United States. And this is where I think Vice President Kamala Harris has been able to make some impact over the last few days. She's been visiting clinics in the Midwest, reproductive health clinics, and spoken about the rights of women to abortion and to their reproductive health. And I think that resonates very deeply with the woman voter across the US. And that is something that, should worry the Republicans and Mr. Trump included. I mean, he is not, he hasn't spoken on this issue really. And even if he does, I mean, he gets all jumbled up, I think, like he does quite often.
You refer to Kamala Harris. I think some of us were hoping that there would have been a Nikki Randhawa, Haley, a good Punjabi, articulate Congresswoman versus Kamala Harris, but that is not to be. And in some ways, the irony is that Kamala Harris had greater impact when she was not vice president, and she doesn't seem to have resonated with the voter or created an impact. Why do you think that's happened?
Well, vice presidents always get lost in the shadows, I think, of the presidency. So I don't think that is unique to Kamala Harris alone. I think yes, you may question her impact on the Democratic voting population as a whole, but she definitely appeals to certain demographics, and I'm talking of persons of color, uh, persons who are immigrants, uh, persons outside, the white mainstream, if one can refer to it as such. So definitely has value for the Democratic Party and for President Biden himself. The question you're raising is, is she all set or equipped, and has she acquired all the gravitas and experience that you need as a president? We really don't know, what destiny throws up. But she's there. She has a background in legal work in California. She's been quite a vocal proponent of uh, you know, certain aspects of the legal background from which she comes from. She made a reputation for herself there. And plus, as I said, she appeals to this demographic. She's the first person of color, really, to occupy the position of the vice president. Although you may argue that the presidency of Barack Obama has changed that for America, but has that change really come about? Perhaps you need to sustain it with the presence of people like Kamala Harris, of course, Nikki Haley too.
And on the social side, why do you think there's such an appeal of this MAGA, Make America Great Again? And what does it really signify for the average American, or for indeed the average observer of American politics?
I think you see this in the discontent that is expressed by people of mainly white people who have been out of jobs, who have seen their worlds literally collapse around them after the great uh, you know influx of Chinese manufacturers that have come into the country, the closing of factories, the rusting of many belts in the US, and the derelict townships that you see across what they call flyover country in the United States. This is where most of these people come from. And somehow President Trump has been able to appeal to that discontent and to say, I can make it better. But it's a very exclusionist sort of agenda that is being pursued with this section of the population. So when they talk of Make America Great Again, that definition of a great America is not an inclusive definition. It's not a definition that incorporates difference. And that is the unfortunate reality.
The other issue, of course, which is the great consistent in American politics, is the economy. Which I think it was Ronald Reagan who said it's the American economy stupid. Is that? Clinton said. Okay, Clinton said it's the economy stupid. That ultimately all this talk about other cultural issues are irrelevant because it's the way in which the economy functions. And despite, in some ways, the poor performance of the Biden, at least the first couple of years, there is a certain resilience. Inflation has not really escalated. Growth is improving. So there is more than most people would imagine to show for the Biden years. And yet, do you think that discontent is the prevailing sentiment despite the resilience?
Yes, as I mentioned, the population is not grateful for what has been done. Somehow, there is a certain despondency even now, despite all that you see in terms of economic statistics and the improvements that have been registered in the last 3-4 years of the administration. But that's the way, elections work in most democracies. The winner is not the recipient of the gratitude of the population. I think he or she has to appeal to the aspirations of the population. And Mr. Trump has been able to do that. He's been able to strike that mother lode, I think, of discontent among a vast cross section, not a vast, but a significant cross section of the population. And that's where he plays, or, he appeals to them. He is focused on them. And apart from that, I think that is where is the Republican Party headed, you may ask? I mean, that the whole Republican Party is now, they work for Trump. Anybody who doesn't support Trump or who has not pledged his or her allegiance to Trump is literally, washed out of the hair of the Republican Party, literally shampooed out.
Perhaps Biden should have taken some lessons, or at least high parts of our team for demonstrating Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas is better than exclusionary politics, but that's supposed not to happen. We'll come down to foreign policy, and clearly, Trump's knee-jerk reaction is to be more insular, more protectionist in terms of the economy, but more insular in a kind of Chicago style or isolationist framework. He might pull back from Ukraine, might not be as interventionist in Gaza, but clearly support for Israel will continue. You talked about how, in some ways, the bandwidth and the steadiness of this US-India relationship is such that it is bipartisan. So whether it's Trump or Biden or Robert Kennedy Jr., there is going to be a continuity rather than a shift. But you also know that styles matter, and Trump has demonstrated more than anyone else that the style of the American presidency will matter. So one, on the foreign policy, do you see major shifts towards Russia, China, and Middle East and the conflicts, and towards India? Is there going to be more continuity rather than change?
Well, if I may be allowed to exercise some levity, I think there will be a lot of trolling in Trump foreign policy. So expect to be trolled. It could be done overnight. One day could be absolute, fair weather, but the next day you encounter dragons, literally. So with Trump, I think you must be prepared for that. I think, yes, he's been emphasizing that European NATO countries have to pay for their security. They can't expect America to shoulder every burden and every responsibility. And I think the Europeans are beginning to do that. I think the Ukraine war has demonstrated that to a large extent. But you're right, there will be a lot of it's going to be a lot of tandava, I think, in the working of Trump's foreign policy. He wants to upset, to upend, to unseat. There's so many, tendencies that are manifest in what Mr. Trump does. But what's remarkable, I think, again, I didn't mention this in my remarks, everybody who has occupied positions of responsibility under President Trump, his numerous national security advisors, his defense secretaries, Mark Esper, for instance, his secretaries of state, none of them are, and his vice president, Mike Pence, they've all said, they've been very critical about him, very critical about the way he ran the administration, the way he led, the way policies were made. Mike Pompeo hasn't said much, but everybody else has spoken out. And I think that should worry voters also, because voters in any democracy do not want instability. They do not want chaos. They don't want, unexpected moves every day. So that is I think that is a fatal flaw where President Trump is concerned. And I hope that kind of makes a difference. I mean, I'm sort of stating my preferences here. They don't really matter. But the fact is that these are issues when it comes to Mr. Trump that all of us who have partnerships with the Americans should be very alert to and be prepared for.
But in some ways, wouldn't you say that he's redefined the relationship between the presidency and the American people? And American people who were traditionally suspicious about bureaucracies, about Congress, the Beltway, and he seems to directly reach out to them over and above these institutions, even undercutting these institutions. and seems to win their confidence. There's a parallel from Indian history, I mean, I'm not touch on contemporary parallels, but Indira Gandhi, manner in which she kind of demolished the syndicate of the Congress party and many of the institutions, including the bureaucracy. You had the whole idea of a committed bureaucracy come up during Indira Gandhi's time and reach out to the people through slogans like Garibi Hatao. Would you say that strong, great leaders who want to have a legacy can often do that?
Of course, Mr. Trump is very populist. And if you're referring to populist leaders, democracies have had more than their share of populist leaders. And you see them, defining the geography of democracy all across the world today, and without taking names. And Mr. Trump perhaps belongs to that tribe of people. But I think with Mr. Trump, the degrees of irrationality that he demonstrates, I think don't have any parallel anywhere with other populist leaders. There is no method, if I may say, to his madness.
Let's say a straw poll here. Since you have India Today Group Editorial Director, he can act as the arbiter for this poll in terms of whether we conducted it fairly. Would anyone in this room vote for Mr. Trump if you are an American citizen? Okay, now the gentleman with the beard, can you just explain in 30 seconds? Because that's what Trump will give you. Yes, sir. Black shirt. Well, you don't have a beard, sorry. That's a stubble. Okay, but you look like Steve Bannon. That's a compliment. Why don't you stand up and introduce yourself and tell us why you support Trump in 30 seconds?
My name is Anurag. I'm a PhD scholar at SIS, Center for Management. Support Trump because I'm a conservative, out and out, and his policies resonate with me. I also appreciate a lot of Christianity that he talks about. I am a religious person. I appreciate many religions. One of them is Christianity, which is very dear. And the whole debate around Roe v. Wade, I feel passionately about it. I side with the conservative logic. I think I'm loud enough. Anyway. So that's one thing. Second is the conservative stand on immigration. I believe that all countries, the kind of nature that they have, should be preserved. So if you put a lot of Syrians into UK turns into Syria, which I believe shouldn't happen.
But you are anti-immigration.
I'm not anti-immigration, but anti-illegal immigration. People,
Understood. I think you made your point strongly and clearly. The one question, a delicate question, if I might ask you, Ambassador Rao. There used to be whatever you might say, whether it was in Houston or in Ambassador Sarna, please join us. Whether it was in Houston or whether it was in Gandhinagar or Ahmedabad, there was a chemistry between Trump and Modi, which wasn't evident in the chemistry between Biden and Modi. How much of a role can that chemistry play in cementing, bridging, fostering relations?
Well, I think chemistry is very important in forging mutual confidence and enabling stronger cooperation. So the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, I think, did make a difference for the bilateral relationship between India and the United States. And one can only assume that that similar bonhomie would define the India-US relationship if Mr. Trump comes back.
Okay, I'll take some questions. Anshu, you want to say, and then you. Did you want to say something? Yes, go ahead.
Should I just speak?
Yeah, just speak up.
Yeah. Thank you, Ambassador. First is a small comment and one quick question. One is, I think we need to be really mindful of one thing, which is that the deep connection between the politics of a Ukraine war, aid and assistance politics, where in order to win the Republican side, there has been some relaxations or changes, shifts that the Biden administration has done on the abortion issue. And this is going to impact the young voters and women voters and how, because there's a lot of criticism now. Quick question, ma'am. You occupied the Indian embassy, and took care of the.
That sounds like occupying the capital.
Let's just say you were at the helm of affairs during the Obama administration, and I had the opportunity to meet you in DC when you were there. My question, ma'am, is in your years when Obama was in power, did you see the seeds being sown of the America that we show in 2016 when Trump was elected?
Can you take 2 or 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Dr. Ray, you had, apart from indicating that you were a Trump supporter, is there a substantive question you wanted to ask? And you can also spend the next 10 seconds telling us if your reasons are different from your person sitting next to you.
So elated that, sorry, you remember my name. And,
I remember everyone's name.
so,
my faculty.
if it was in my power, before I answer your question, to the member, it would be of lasting benefit to our center if you could take over as a distinguished visiting professor in US studies in our center.
Is that to the ambassador or to the dean?
I have
To you.
reasons and that my dear student Anurag put forward. And they're exactly the reasons why I would like to vote for President Trump if I were American. But then, ma'am, you were talking about, not for the question, sir. So, you were saying that, you compared with Chairman Mao that attacked the headquarters. That President Trump is an insurrectionist. I can tell you that every this may be violent, this may be a blot on his his career or his political career, whatever. But one thing I can tell you that it is a flaw. There are many leaders all over the world who have flaws. If I can compare with someone nearer home, if President Trump had a insurrection, a supposed insurrection on the Capitol in that year, we had a prime minister in India who was responsible for Operation Blue Star. So that is something that I would like to emphasize. Thank you so much, Dean sir. Thank you.
One final question, some of the American studies faculty or anyone else? Yeah, Anshu?
Yeah.
And you can also indicate because you were one of the 3 who said they'll vote for Trump.
I agree, Dr. Ray, and I've seen a new chapter of bilateral relationship, rather, I would say strategic partnership opening up between India and United States of America when Trump was the president. And I see him, okay, he may be, quite vocal in whatever he says, but when we look at his policies, I believe that coming to this Russia-Ukraine war, his role, his policies would have, or his stand would have been different if he would have been the president of United States of America. And coming to my question, ma'am, it's related to the role of Indian diaspora in deciding who is going to become the next president of the United States of America. How do you look at it?
If I may add, while I think empirically Carnegie and Millen-Washington does this survey which suggests that a large section of the diaspora votes Democratic, anecdotally, at least the street power or the WhatsApp power seems to lie with all the people who seem to be Trump supporters within the diaspora. Would you think that the empirics is right in terms of because anyone I encounter, rarely do I encounter people who are not Trump supporters or Republican supporters for.
Now, what is the cross section of age that you're referring to?
Actually, you're right. I haven't done such a cross section level. But please, over to you.
So the first question was whether I had seen these trends towards the MAGA movement that you are witnessing in the US during the Obama years. I think it's been brewing since the early 2000s. You remember that book that came out in 2005 or so, It Happens in Kansas? It spoke about all these discontents that we referred to in our discussion today. And, Kansas originally was the state in the United States from where all the radical progressive ideas came out of. But today, a wide cross section of the American Midwest and the heartland, the American heartland, the cornucopia country, as it's referred to, that's from where a lot of this discontent has arisen, this dissatisfaction with the way things have happened in America, the way the jobs have gone away, the opioid crisis, family breakdowns, the lack of, the low education levels. It's this whole depletion that you've seen of the American dream that comes out of that area. So I think that discontent, to answer your question, that unhappiness, that feeling of absolute anomie, as they say in sociology, was very much there, had taken root. The reference to insurrection, sir, you referred to insurrection and I think he's probably left, the fact that you have democracies everywhere where such things happen, but not being able to accept the result of a democratic election and, I suppose, inciting your supporters to bombard the headquarters because you're not satisfied with the result of the elections. And even today, at least a few days ago, President Trump warned of a bloodbath. Those are the words he used, a bloodbath that would ensue if, the election didn't go the way it should, meaning deliver a Trump victory. So we have to, I think, sit up and take note of this and cogitate a little more deeply about what this means for America and its future. Then when Trump was president, you spoke of all the good things that happened in the relationship. Is that what the question was?
Yes, I mean, past great.
The role of Indian diaspora, but there was something to do with, but Ukraine wouldn't, he would have been taken a different stance on Ukraine, and maybe the Russia-Ukraine war wouldn't have taken the direction that it has today. I think that was the question. Well, there is such a thing as pragmatism and realism in the conduct of foreign policy, and I think we're all for it. I think that's the way it should be. But opportunism in the conduct of foreign policy, I don't know whether that is the favored option. You never know with Mr. Trump. I think you're right. But then, he said he would open up to the DPRK, and then he was writing letters to the DPRK Supremo. And he has this it's very difficult to predict what he would do next. And I think some degree of predictability, some degree of, being methodical and following a certain set or operating procedure, I think is good for the world today. The world has so much instability, so much of chaos that we see around us. Do we need more, is the question. The role of the Indian diaspora, as Professor Mattu said, traditionally they have voted more Democratic than Republican. And I agree with you, there are many Trump supporters in the diaspora, and they probably hold the fort, and their voices carry within WhatsApp, which seems to be the best way of spreading knowledge today. I'm just saying it. I don't know if I believe it. But the fact is, yes, he has his supporters, and the Indian diaspora is economically very well endowed, and they can become big supporters of a candidate. There are certain buckets, voting areas where their vote can make a difference. But by and large, will they determine the trend of the election? No, I don't think so.
I'll ask Professor Alka Acharya.
And I also didn't mention the young people in the diaspora who are very much mainstreamed into American life. The WhatsApp voices you're hearing are of recent migrants, people who are first generation Indian Americans. I don't think you are hearing the voices of the young Indian Americans.
I'll ask Professor Alka Acharya to also ask a question, but Alka, if I may actually continue on the diaspora as well as the India-US relations for a minute. So given the unpredictability of Trump, the counterfactual, are there situations which you can imagine where this relationship could easily go south, to use the American slang, if Trump were in as president? Could there be circumstances in which he would say, I'm just going to stop all immigration from India, no trade with India, one fine day early in the morning through X or whatever his favored social media platform is? I think there's a new platform that he uses. But are there circumstances under which that could happen? And secondly, would the diaspora play a mediating, moderating role? And the more sensitive question. Intuitively speaking, I think that if you were to do a survey of politically affiliated voters or not, or voters in the United States of Indian origin who are pro a political party in India, I would say, again, anecdotally, with no empirical knowledge, based on WhatsApp wisdom, that a majority of BJP supporters would probably be Trump supporters. But BJP supporters in this room can correct me if I'm wrong. Would that be your impression, that there is also a partisan division in terms of the way India looks at, not from the government side of view, but in terms of political parties' attitudes towards the American presidential election, and also rooted in the fact that traditionally Democrats, you have a natural instinctive empathy with Democrats and democratic causes, but Democrats, ever since Kennedy, have been more difficult to handle. Whether it was Kennedy or Johnson or thereafter, except the Nixon years, or Clinton. The worst phase was Clinton 1, with Robin Raphael and the pressure on the nuclear weapons. And even Obama was not quite as bullish on India as many would have thought. So is that also built on that historical legacy of Democrats being too messy to handle with their kind of bundle of issues, liberal issues that they bring to the table? And Professor Acharya first as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'll just be brief. Well, I think the diaspora is extremely important for the relationship today, is number one. And it's one of the pillars on which this relationship rests. There's no doubt about it. Second thing is, as I said, many of them have been mainstreamed into American life, in every sphere of American life. You can see Indian American faces and personalities and people contributing to policy making and to occupying important places, for instance, in the whole business of governance, and therefore that affects us definitely. Will they be able to influence the course of the relationship? It depends on the positions that they occupy. But if you're saying that they will literally steer the ship of India-American relations in the years to come, I think that unless they occupy the position of president or number two in the administration, so that obviously is of very, very great importance and substance to the relationship. So I think they are important. Yes, they are important for the relationship. But by and large, you said, will Trump wake up one morning and say, off with Indian heads or something like that? No, I don't think you'll have that Alice in Wonderland situation when it comes to India-US relations. There are very stable foundations to the relationship today, strong legs to the relationship, and a lot of cooperation that is ongoing, that is being implemented as we speak, that is extending into new areas. It's very difficult to dismantle that architecture. That architecture is pretty sound and pretty strong, and it will not be shaken easily.
Professor Acharya?
Right, thank you. That was very interesting. So obviously this is about bringing the China factor into this. What, in your considered opinion, would be the best choice for China in terms of these two? Who do you think China would prefer? And then to bring in the Indian perception here, and I would like to use that triad you used, pragmatism, realism, and opportunism. So from India's perspective, which would be a better choice in all these three categories?
I see. For our policy towards China, you mean, or
With respect to the India-China,
US,
US relation, and therefore,
Yeah.
that would be
Yeah.
good for us.
yeah. Well, first and foremost, I think the China factor looms very large in the foreign policy of not only the Trump administration, you saw the whole unveiling of new policies towards China. And Mr. Biden, for all the opposition to the Trump era, has essentially carried on the China approach with a little, adjustments here and there. But by and large, the orientation has been very clear that China is a rival, is a competitor. You have elements of confrontation and competition in the relationship that, you have to be alert to constantly. All this thing on new technologies, critical and emerging technologies, the semiconductor war, literally between the two countries, all that stems from this a relationship that is estranged, that is built on competition, recognizes, the constant threat of confrontation and conflict. The Taiwan factor, for instance, is one of them. And the way parties on both sides, the Republicans and Democrats, play the China card now in terms of the outreach or the approach to East Asia in general and to the Indo-Pacific. Now, when it comes to India, and you talk of pragmatism, realism, or opportunism, I think with China on our borders, and China being, this neighbor that we cannot row ourselves away from, we have to deal with China in a manner perhaps much more graphic than the US, for the US. So I think the whole crafting of our approach to China, while certainly we work with the United States as we do within the Quad to create this new balance of power within the region, with China definitely on our minds constantly. I think at the same time, in my view, we have to be ambidextrous enough to craft our own approaches to China also, because it's a long and winding road and a very lonely journey as far as that is concerned. How we're going to deal with China, how we're going to resolve our problems, whether we'll be pragmatic, whether we'll be realist. But I don't know. I don't believe, obviously, opportunism comes in this, because this is too dangerous and too risky a business to try that. But as I said, the complexities and the very complicated relationship that we have with China, it is a burden that we carry essentially ourselves.
The Chinese people.
Between Trump and Biden, initially in 2016, they were playing, they love to gamble, and they were gambling on the Trump card, literally. But today, after 4 years of Trump, I'm not so sure. They're probably sadder and wiser, as the saying goes. With Biden, now you see this gradual sort of, I wouldn't call it a thaw, but a certain adjustment process that is taking place post San Francisco, and the Blinken Wang Yi discussions. And so obviously, you see Ambassador Burns, for instance, the posts he does on X. He is, there seems to be an outreach to China that is being, in a sense, cultivated by this administration because of the economic underpinnings to the relationship, which remain so strong to this day. So if I were Chinese, and if it was Xi Jinping, he would probably be taking a little encouragement from this process. With Trump, you never know, really, if he comes to power. So to answer your question, maybe they're settling for Biden at the moment.
You?
Michael, yes, next question.
Yeah, okay, final, because we are really eating into the
I think
mix.
that 60-minute show where Ambassador Burns spoke a lot, I think was a good explanation on where the relationship is.
Very quick question, sir. So myself, and I'm a PhD candidate in the American study. My question to ma'am is, ma'am, as we have seen that US has always considered India as a part of the problem for longer period of time. and now US has sees India as a part of solution for everything. I will extend questions which ma'am had asked, that it is only because China factor, and there are or other regions are also for that we are converging more and we have less divergences. Thank you.
One doesn't rule out the China factor. I think that's where realism occupies a big space in all these relationships. But on the other hand, if you look at the way India-US relations have developed over the last 2 decades, even before the chill in US-China relations, and this dates back, and this kind of investment that they wanted to take out in India. Because of democracy, because of economic potential, because of our position in because of our vitally strategic position in this part of the world, and the Indian American diaspora. And just the fact that, we are there, this huge market, and the potential for India's growth and India's rise being so limitless, I think that was recognized by Americans' successive administrations. It was almost like they had this epiphany about India, and China had nothing to do with it.
So, if I can extend that, you were saying
We're just eating in good time. I'm sorry. All I also wanted to say is that all of you should see the documentary about the symphony orchestra that was founded by Ambassador Rao. Peace Notes.
Peace Notes.
Peace Notes.
The journey of an orchestra.
The journey of an orchestra, because I think that's a remarkable work that she's done. I would have in more youthful days had the chutzpah to ask her to perhaps sing, but my audacity has been tempered by age and responsibility, so I will not inflict that on you. Although I think it would have been a great if we had the orchestra here.
You too.
Okay.
There's a question on YouTube.
Can you
Yes,
read
go
it
read it
out?
out, please.
This is. She says, greetings, ma'am. How do you see Israel's relations with the West Asian countries if President Trump comes to power? And amid the strained ties today, how does the future of the Abraham Accord decide?
Well, I think as far as the population in all the Arab countries is concerned, there is a lot of angst and dissatisfaction and opposition to the whole Israeli position on Gaza and the crisis that is unfolding there. As far as the governments are concerned, of course, we'll have to wait and see, but they're obviously, they have stopped short in their tracks as far as the whole normalization process with Israel goes because of what is happening in Gaza. And this is certainly obviously not a time to work on the various accords that had been concluded before this crisis erupted. So if Mr. Trump were to come to power, of course, support for Israel would continue undiluted. I don't believe there will be any slack or any lessening of that commitment and support for Israel. That is something, again, that has been sustained, from the founding of the State of Israel, in which America played such an important foundational role. So that's not going to change. Where it leaves the Palestinians, of course, is the big question. They are the wretched of the earth.
Okay. I was going to try and play the song that you sang, or which you had composed as a part of the backdrop of the concluding part of this inauguration, but I suspect there's a technological
Play the
challenge.
film if you want.
Yeah, bit of the film or the song, if we can play that. I Have a Dream, is it?
No, don't play that. I'm saying I can send you the Google
Yeah.
Drive. You could perhaps show the film for 5 minutes. That's all.
Okay.
Right.
Whose laptop is this? This because
And with apologies to Ambassador Sarna and to Raj and Gafar for eating into your session briefly, but we shall immediately commence that session after.
How to send it?
How do you send it, right? You have to send it.
Why don't you do a
Oh,
group?
copy the link and send it to Professor Mattu.
I thought we'll air a bit of your.
I don't have your email, I think. Can you see? Yeah, I've got Vineet's emails.
Is it on YouTube or somewhere?
No, it hasn't been. I'll send it to you. Should I send it on WhatsApp?
If you.
I've sent it.
It's not on YouTube, is it?
It's not on YouTube, no. It's not on. But don't worry if it
We
comes.
do it on, including weekends. It will be-
Break, by that time I'll get it out.
Yeah. Well, I'll hand over now the proceedings to my colleague, Dr. Vineet Prakash, and thank you personally.
Thank
That's for being here.
So now we come to the end of this wonderful discussion between Professor Mattu and Ambassador Rao. We have learned a lot about the US election process and where it is headed and what would be the implications depending on who gets to occupy the White House. One interesting thing which has come out of this entire saga is how astute a politician Donald Trump is. He never contested for an office prior to 2016. And the way he captured and understood the deep vein of discontent which was there in American society, mainly deriving from the effects of globalization and its impact on American society. That is something really amazing, considering Donald Trump is not a professional politician, right? And secondly, the resilience of his support base for him, despite all the allegations which are going on against him, the court cases, it is really amazing how he is able to survive and his support base is not dented by all these allegations. So with this, we bring this session to an end. Thank you, Ambassador Rao. Thank you, Professor Mattu. Thank you, audience. A warm round of applause.
Do you want to begin the next session as well now?
Now we'll start.
Please do.
So now I invite the panelists for the next session to come onto the stage.
Would you like to sit down, right?
Yeah, where is that? Go back.
Yeah. So would you be speaking from there or would you be speaking from here?
Whichever works, what other people are going to do?
Then we have to move this around.
Are other people going to use the PowerPoint or is it just me for this session?
Okay, so I'll share them. You're using the PowerPoint?
I am, but are other people on the panel?
I don't think so. You're the only one. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
That's true. Let's be some other stuff. I didn't get you. Yeah, I get the worst. Okay. Yeah, I took a charm. Yes.
So this is unmuted right now. This is unmuted. This is unmuted. Yeah, should I share this PPT?
Yeah.
See?
What's that? So it would be. Sorry, this is on, so I'm in.
This is your presentation.
The order? No.
The presentation.
Okay. So yes,
So when you're about to begin, Oya, I'll help you then.
John, would you like to go first? It doesn't matter. I'm second on Dirk if you want to
Yeah,
follow.
because he wants to go last, so you don't mind unless I start with.
Okay.
So
John, then we do Carla.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And do I say Professor Potts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So,
So I'm gonna speak as a Trump.
yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna speak more Bible.
I'll speak more.
That's Vitesh.
Yeah, Ritesh will follow with you. So we had a hard stop at 1 o'clock. We'll push it by about 10 minutes, 11 minutes. So is it 10 to 12 minutes each to be fine? Is 10 to 12 minutes each?
I'll have to go fast. I was planning on 15 to 20, but you need for this, but.
15 to, yeah, I know, but that's half an hour.
No.
15 is okay. 15 minutes, so we went to. So, okay, I'd rather not warn people, so I just leave it to your
Let us-
discretion.
Well,
Unless I really have to.
feel free to warn you.
I'll have to.
So 2 minutes.
So I'll. 15 to it's 10 to 12. I take 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then I pass it on, and then you have 4 of you for 1. And only keep the questions to about 10 minutes.
Do you want a sheet of paper that you can, on the back of it, or you can just say, minutes?
Okay, this is unmuted right now. So you're going live on YouTube and
But you want to go ahead and
We are ready as soon as YouTube is ready.
We are ready now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move on to our first session, the candidates and their campaigns. So the chair for this session is Ambassador Navdeep Sarna. Ambassador Navdeep Sarna, the former Indian ambassador to the United States, is an author, columnist, and a diplomat. He has previously served as the High Commissioner of India to the United Kingdom and ambassador to Israel. Previously as a diplomat, served in Moscow, Warsaw, Thimphu, Geneva, Tehran, and Washington, D.C. He served as India's ambassador to Israel from 2008 to 2012, High Commissioner to the United Kingdom in the year 2016, and as India's ambassador to the United States from November 2016 to December 2018. We welcome Ambassador Navdeep Sarna to JNU and request our student volunteers, Khyati and Nivedita, to kindly felicitate him with a token of appreciation. We also request our student volunteers to felicitate our speakers of the session. Raj Chingappa, Group Editorial Director, India Today. Professor Alam. Professor John Coates, and Dr. Pritesh Nandan. So we welcome Ambassador Sarna, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, and pleasure being here and being part of this excellent panel. You have already had a great start with an excellent fireside chat between Professor Mattu and Ambassador Nirupma Rao, and really now that has set the stage for the next two sessions. I do have four very, very solid speakers, and I'm quite aware of the time. So I'm not going to take too much time myself, except perhaps to set the stage a bit for the discussion, since this is a session on the two candidates and their campaign, which has sort of just kicked off. Let me start by saying that these are not the two candidates that American voters would have preferred to have, no matter whether they are Democrat voters or supporters or Republicans, except for the very solid base that former President Trump has. These two candidates are there by the strange set of circumstances that governs American politics at the moment. You have President Biden, who's the sitting president. If he is inaugurated in January, will be 82 by then, which is a very advanced age as presidents go. When he was elected in 2020, he actually presented himself as a kind of a reluctant candidate who was there simply because somebody had to come up to try and beat President Trump. And he thought he had it, and he did it. But he saw and projected himself as a kind of a bridge to a new generation of presidents in 2024. Now, that has not happened. President Biden is now convinced that, again, he is the only person who can stop former President Trump from coming to the White House again. Having said that, he has also done a fairly steady job, which people often forget, in terms of the post-COVID challenges that America faced, healthcare, economy, employment, and so on and so forth. His foreign policy record is a bit mixed. He's a person who's had a very long experience of foreign policy, but there are a couple of situations which he's not come out looking too good. One is Afghanistan, and I'll leave it to the speakers to go into details if they would like to. The second, of course, is the American position on the conflict in Gaza, or the Israeli project in Gaza. And I think both these have become fairly controversial. As far as President Trump is concerned, former President Trump, he's always called President Trump, not much introduction required there. He's already been in the White House for 4 years. We've seen him in action, his unpredictability, his divisiveness, his provocative nature, his frequent use of racism, anti-immigrant rhetoric, anti-Semitic rhetoric, sexist rhetoric, as and when it suits him. He has a solid base for reasons which we can debate all day if we like, of the MAGA base. And the interesting thing is that the polls show that most of the people who voted for him in 2016 are still with him. And that base he constantly appeals to. So when he used the word bloodbath, as Ambassador Rao mentioned, he was actually appealing to his base because they took it as physical bloodbath. Then quickly his spokesman went out and said, no, he meant an economic bloodbath. So, this goes on because he has to keep his base with him. Nobody expected Trump to be back after January 6th, after the attempted insurrection. And that's what it was, no matter what. He was impeached, and everybody thought the Republicans have had enough with him. Once again, the entire Republican Party, more or less, including Mitch McConnell, whose wife he has trashed on racist grounds, has now supported him. So these are the two candidates. And the campaign promises to be long, vicious, dirty, very well financed, at least currently on the Biden side. What I forgot to mention is that Trump is himself facing a huge amount of criminal charges, 91 felony counts and 4 indictments. Very good qualifications to become president of the US. And he has run into major money problems. He's been asked to pay up a bond by next Monday of $500 million in the New York fraud case, and nobody's willing to give him credit. Are you surprised? Nobody wants to give him $500 million credit. And if he doesn't cough up the money, then they will start attaching the New York Trump Tower and Mar-a-Lago and so on and so forth. So it's going to be fun and games. And to dissect it all for us, we have excellent speakers here. I'm going to start with Professor John Potts of Northeastern University, Boston. He's currently in India as a distinguished Fulbright Nehru Scholar. He's Professor of Political Science at the Northeastern University, Boston, and has an expertise on education policy, local government, public policy, administration, and state government in the United States. And he has a great theme to speak on, which is Trump as a candidate in the US elections. Yes. So Professor Potts, the floor is yours. And for the next 15 minutes.
This is the one near.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go. Well, thank you very much for that introduction. And thank you to JNU for inviting me to speak on this panel, and also to hosting me for the Fulbright Scholarship. I'm here for 4 months. I'm halfway through my time. It's been a great experience. I thank everybody involved with that. So my assignment was to introduce Trump. I think we've already done that quite a bit. So I'm going to kind of skip through a few of my slides here, but I'll try to hit a couple of high points, some of which I think have already been mentioned and that you're well aware of. I'm going to start with just a quick biography. If you don't know, Trump is a native New Yorker, although he's kind of moved to Florida since. 77 years old, as was mentioned before. He graduated from Pennsylvania with an economics degree, joined his father's business company, real estate business in Queens. Trump expanded that, renamed it after himself, Trump Organization, expanded into resorts, golf courses, etc., into Manhattan. Here's a $3.1 billion value. That's always a bit of a target, a difficult target to really know what Trump is worth. He's been involved in many court cases and business bankruptcies. Also, you may remember, if people followed this, he was a host for a reality TV show, which actually increased his popularity across the country quite a bit. That's really where most people met him, from like 2004 to 2015. Obviously elected president in 2016, won the Electoral College, did not win the popular vote. He was, I think, the 5th president to be in that situation where he didn't win the popular vote, but became president. As was mentioned before, he's the first US president with no prior government or military experience. So that's a unique characteristic for him. And in his term, as we've been talking about, he really pursued what he termed an America First policy. And I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. He was impeached twice by the House of Representatives, which is the only president to be impeached twice. But as you can see from the picture there, he was acquitted by the Senate in both cases. And then in 2020, he lost the presidential election to Biden, as we know, but refused to concede the election. I'll come back to that in a moment. campaign strategy. How would I describe his campaign strategy? He definitely focuses on his base. That's been highlighted by a number of speakers already. Campaign rallies. He's the master of campaign rallies. That's his major way of reaching out. And it's a way that he reaches primarily to his base.
So on YouTube, your PPT is stuck up on the first slide itself. Can I just?
Okay.
Maybe when we moved it. You were here? Were you here?
Yes. Yes.
So hopefully it will.
Just go there from there. Okay. And also, I think, in focusing on his base supporters, and this has been alluded to as well, he clearly goes outside the norms in his language, how he talks about people, how he talks about policies. The bloodbath example just given recently. I mean, those are, periodically coming up with comments that capture a lot of media attention. He's the master at that and gets pre-media attention really in that regards. Another campaign strategy, so this notion of America first and conservative policies, he definitely fits that bill. He's continuing on from the last election. This framing, the election is to save America's future. And that will be said in all different kinds of ways. And quite frankly, Biden will say something somewhat similar to that. So we have both candidates are kind of presenting this election as kind of the critical election moving forward. Another part of his strategy is clearly to attack Biden on his age and then also on his policies. And I'll come back to this, emphasizing the battleground states, which I think is very important for both candidates, and then delay those court cases. I think that's an important part of his strategy. So let me say a couple of things about the policy issues. Immigration, I think, is kind of front and center for him. It's something that appeals across the base, his base, and appeals to other voters as well. A quote here, on my first day back in the White House, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration, stop the invasion on our southern border, and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. So there's a variety of a package of sub-policies, if you will, within that immigration, try to reinstate an expulsion policy, which he was able to do primarily because of laws on the books that dealt with the pandemic. And he was able to expel people. That's not the case today, so it would be different for him. He talks about a war on the cartel, drug trafficking across the border, finish building the wall. They did about 435 miles when he was there. Most of that was redoing existing wall. He wants to add to that again. Eliminating a TPS program, which is a temporary protected status immigration program that Biden expanded. Then there's the DACA program, which Obama put in place for younger people who came with their parents, and this provides them a way to stay in the country. Immigration is very important. Economy, he talks about that a lot. Tariffs, this has been mentioned before. They're going to protect American businesses. He's talked about even a 10% across the board tariff. Tax policy, one of the signal policies that he passed under his administration was the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017. That comes up for a renewal next year, 2025. That will be a big issue. If he's president, you can expect to try to continue moving that forward. Foreign policy, the one comment I would make about Trump is it strikes me he's very bilateral rather than multilateral. He likes dealing in the personal politics. He likes dealing with countries kind of one-on-one, as opposed to these coalitions, the climate coalition and other kinds of coalitions. His preference is to engage in a one-on-one exchange with other political leaders and to shape foreign policy in that way. Interesting, the other day I heard him talking about, well, yes, we could support Ukraine, but we should be giving them loans rather than grants. Let them pay it back at some point in the future. He supports Israel, absolutely, but at times he'll be a little critical. Israel, Gaza is a very difficult situation. You've got people on both sides on that issue in the US, and he's trying to kind of, I think, ride that situation. Other policy issues, a whole variety of things. You can look on his website to see those. I want to mention the battleground states. If you look at this map, and you can see the 5 states that have red circles around them, those are the battleground states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona. If I put up a map from 2016, this is 2020, 2016, those 5 would have been red. And in 2020, they're blue. That's the difference in the election, why Trump won in 2016, lost in 2020. He lost all 5 of those states. And here's some numbers for those 5 states. If you look over on the far right, you can see on the red color how much he won by in 2016, and then how much the Biden margin, the Biden victory in 2020. Very close in some of those elections. There's a story behind every state. Let me just give you one, is Georgia. And you can see where Trump won it by 211,000 votes in 2016. He lost it by 11,779. This is the background to that phone conversation he had with Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State in Georgia. Brad, we need to find 11,780 votes. That's where that number came from. So those are very critical. So, again, the popular vote, Biden won big on the popular vote, pretty significant. Doesn't matter. It's the Electoral College that matters. And so these votes here in those 5 states are probably going to determine who the president is. And it's going to come down to 100 to 150,000 votes in those 5 states could turn it one way or another. So will they focus on the battleground states? Absolutely. Both candidates will. And then let me briefly go through, as was mentioned, there's 4 criminal indictments. I think there's 88 counts at this point. They've dropped a couple of them in Georgia. Not Georgia. It was 91, 92, but they dropped it to 88. So they've got some on the federal side, some on the state side. Let me just quickly, the biggest one, I think the most important one, is the election interference. That's the January 6th case. The conspiracy, obstruction to prevent the certification of the 2020 election. The status of that, it's on hold. The Supreme Court is deciding whether or not president has immunity from actions taken while president. If the Supreme Court says that he has immunity, the federal cases are likely to go away. Although maybe the next one, conceivably the classified documents case in Florida, maybe that could stay because that actually came after he was president. There he has retention, conspiracy, false statements, etc. Even that one is, they have a trial date. Tentatively, they talked about May, but unlikely to proceed because of reviewing those documents. State courts, the hush money case, falsifying business records, campaign accounts around payments in 2016 to cover up allegations of sexual affairs. Status, potential trial date in late April, but uncertain. There's questions about when that will move forward. And then the last one's the Atlanta, Georgia, another election interference case, racketeering, conspiracy, false statements. Status of that, there have been some issues around the district attorney there, Fannie Willis. The trial may start in the summer, but it's uncertain. So all 4 of those are the key criminal cases that Trump faces. Where those go, my sense is many people say maybe none of them will start this summer. Very unlikely there's going to be any convictions, but it's possible. But if there was a conviction, he would appeal it, most likely. I'll just mention here very quickly, you alluded to the civil cases. There's a civil business fraud case in New York, and then there's a defamation case. Those are the ones that come up with the point being that Trump needs to come up with a bond by Monday for $500 million, basically $500 million in order to cover those cases. Can he do that? Last comment here, a Trump victory, what will it take? Here's my comment. He has to appeal beyond his base. Absolutely. And if you see that the Gallup poll over there, one of the message there is that the number of people identifying themselves as Democrat and Republicans has been slipping in the last 10 years, and the number of people that are independents has been going up. Biden and Trump, neither one can win if they just get Democrats or they just get Republicans. They have to get independents on board. And so Trump has to appeal beyond his base. He's got to temper that politics of division, which is kind of his orientation, to divide. That's how he presents his kind of political environment. He's got to win in most of those battleground states, and he's got to delay the court cases. Those are, I think, the ingredients for Trump moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you. That was excellent and so very clear. I'm going to invite next Professor M.B. Alam, Professor of Department of Political Science at Jamia Millia. He's done his PhD in American Studies, Cornell University, New York.
Yeah.
He's a visiting fellow and member at a number of acclaimed international universities, and has, of course, published a number of books and articles covering a wide range of international affairs issues. Professor Al.
Very welcome to all of you.
So should I move I'll move it there, right?
I can speak from here.
Yeah, please.
I would like to thank the chairperson, Ambassador Sarna, for inviting me. Thanks to the American Studies at JNU, the chairperson, Dr. Preeti Singh, Professor Arvind, Dr. Somajit Rai, Dr. Prajita, Dr. Sneha, Dr. Ansu, Dr. Vineet Prakash. He has been kind enough to invite me. I really appreciated that. For the purpose of today's lecture, this particular presentation is a very crucial one. Because every 4 years we have this, some people can even call it like a soap opera, the American election. A lot of people say it never ends. I mean, the day the election ends, the very next day, again, people start talking about the US elections. Like the other day, somebody was telling me, like in India, for many, many years, we used to have KBC, Kaun Banega Crorepati. And in America, it's like KBR, Kaun Banega Rashtrapati. But the difference is, here it is seasonal, but there it is like a continuous thing. The day after the president elects, I think, let us say, assume for a minute, in a hypothetical sense, that Biden gets reelected. The very next day, some people will start talking about him as a lame duck president, and some people even go to the extent of saying that maybe he's a dead duck president, because that is nothing that you can do. Because as per the 22nd Amendment, a person can only contest for 2 terms. I mean, he can be there only for 8 years, either consecutively or in a non-consecutive ways. I think I'll divide my lectures into 5 mini segments, 3 minutes, 4 minutes each, because I've got only 15 minutes. The first one is the historical parallel. I think Ambassador Rao talked about, Dean Professor Mattu also talked about. I think if you compare these things, it can be either way. This Biden, Trump, both of them at this point of time, they are presumptive nominees from the respective parties, Democrats as well as the Republicans. I think if you look, I think this is pretty close to Grover Cleveland in 1884, 1888, and 1892 in a non-consecutive elections. If Trump wins, it will, because he won in 2016, he lost in 2020, and again now he is in the ballot in 2024. Grover Cleveland was the 22nd president in 1884. He lost in 1888. Again, he came back in 1892. If you're looking like back-to-back kind of things, I think I can give you 2 quick examples. One way back in the early days of the Republic in 1824, 1828, John Quincy Adams beating Andrew Jackson, and vice versa, Andrew Jackson beating John Quincy Adams. And in recent times, as Professor Mattu said, in 1952 and 56, in both the elections, Dwight Eisenhower beat Adlai Stevenson. The difference is Ike was a Republican, Adlai Stevenson was a Democrat. another interesting thing to note is in the last 30, 40 years, let us start out with, let us say 68. 68, 72, Richard Nixon won. 1980, 84, Ronald Reagan won. Both of them happen to be Republicans. 1992, 96, Bill Clinton. 2000, 2004, George W. Bush, Junior Bush. Clinton, a Democrat, Bush, a Republican. Then 2008 and 2012, Barack Obama. So we'll see, I mean, if Biden wins, I mean, again, he will be following the footsteps of Bush Jr., Clinton, Reagan, backwards. Again, I think in the last 30, 40 years, I think you see a lot of consistency in the terms that one-term presidents are very rare. I think if Trump loses, he will be a one-term president for a long time. And also George Senior Bush, S.W. Bush in 1988. Okay, because for the last 40, 50 years, it is basically if you are doing okay, people are basically satisfied in a very reasonable way. I think people usually tend to vote for that kind of thing. So I think this is a lot things into a little bit in a historical context. The next point that I would like to make is the economy. I think Ambassador Rao talked about like economy has been a big issue. A lot of people, when they go to the polling booth, they think about the pocketbook issues. In 1984, in 1980, for example, when Ronald Reagan was fighting with Jimmy Carter, he made that statement in that first presidential debate, quote unquote, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? I think that got a lot of resonance. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Are your families better off today? Are your pockets better off today? That is one question. Other one was when George H.W. Bush contested, he talked about this voodoo economics. Okay, again, the economy was in a big sense. And again, James Carville and Paul Begala, they gave that slogan to Bill Clinton and Al Gore. It is the economy is stupid. So I think, again, economy is going to be a big issue. But I think if you look back, at least in the post-pandemic phase, I think on a reasonable basis, if you look at the unemployment 3.1, not like the Great Depression, 25%. If you look at the GDP, still it is pretty robust, twice that of China, and maybe 5 times more than that of the next two, Germany and Japan. So I think more or less, unless something catastrophic happens and you can never rule it out, I think people are reasonably happy in terms of economy, in terms of inflation, in terms of more or less that kind of thing. So that is the economy part. The third part is aging. I think a lot of people talked about it. Professor Post talked about it, and Ambassador Sarna also. I think this aging issue, again, I remember in 1984, when Ronald Reagan contested against Walter Mondale, this was a big issue. And he was at that time, 73 was a big deal. Reagan was only 73. Today, people say, oh, age is just a number, okay? But 73 was a very big deal, okay? And a lot of times, Reagan used to confuse between Pakistan and Afghanistan in a intermittent ways, okay? But I remember the moment the questioner asked Reagan in the presidential debate on this age issue, he deflected it using a sense of humor that, again, I'm quoting, for political purposes, I'm not going to use my opponent's youth and inexperience. And I mean, even Walter Mondale, who was sitting next to him, he just could not control himself. Everybody had to laugh. So he deflected that particular issues. So age is the issue, as rightly said. 77, Trump is no young, and 81. But I think it depends, I mean, to what extent these mental health issues, mental incapacitation kind of things down the road, I think that might, because I was reading the other day in the Pew Research Center, in the Gallup poll also, 6 out of 10 voters still they have concerns about age, about mental ability, mental competence of the presidential candidate. It applies to both Trump and Biden. So unless something big, drastic happens, the people will again go back to that particular issue. So I think that needs to be think about. The third issue, the next issue that I'll talk about is the electoral college that Professor Post talked about. Yes, I would think the battleground states, the swing states that matters. In the last election, 2016, Trump did beat Hillary in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. So those kind of states, I think that does matter, still always matter. But I think the other day I was thinking, can we do little bit like a out of the box kind of things, solution in terms of this particular electoral college kind of things. For example, I remember I was in Kentucky, I was teaching there in Lexington. In both 1992 and 96, Clinton-Gore team, they did carry Kentucky and with the 8 electoral vote. In those days, it used to be 9. Now, after delimitation, it is 8. And that was a big deal. And before that, Carter did that in 76. And before that, of course, LBJ in 64. But Clinton-Gore, they did carry Kentucky. Kentucky, I think if you look at it closely, it is like 3 things. A is a very horse country. People love horses. There are a lot of horse stables. Kentucky Derby is, of course, there. And it's a tobacco country. And it is also the basketball. Kentucky Wildcats. People are crazy about it. And the big places all around, Lexington, Louisville, Richmond, etc., and bordering Ohio, Tennessee, Indiana, a little bit of Illinois, etc., etc. I think Kentucky, if I think the Biden team, if I would have been there, they should also try to pay some attention to Kentucky, because that is winnable, that is a doable proposition. Same thing I would like to say North Carolina. North Carolina was carried by Barack Obama in 2008. And in the last election, I think Trump won just by 14,000 votes. I think if you ask me today, I mean, what is the 14,000 votes? I think if you count from Basant Kunj to part of Munirka, that will take care of 14,000. It's like George W. Bush won Florida after recounting in 2000, that infamous election, by 537 votes. What is 537? All of Dakshinapuram is probably more than that. Kaveri plus Periyar plus Godavari. That takes care of 537. So I think, but it is winner takes all. So you carry 30 votes. Sir, you carry North Carolina and 16 votes. So if candidate B is taking over your Georgia with 11,780, well, I'm taking out North Carolina. So that makes it even. I would also like to go all the way to Florida. I don't understand why Biden is not paying too much attention, too much money, too much commercials into Florida, because Obama did win 2008 and 2012 in Florida. Florida is a state that, if you count from Interstate 75 all the way from the Great Lakes, from Michigan, bordering Canada, Winster, all the way to Dayton, Toledo, Lexington, Knoxville, keep on driving, Atlanta, Pensacola. Then you have got that central Florida and also a little bit southeast Florida, around Miami, all the way to Florida Keys. I think it is doable propositions, but the thing is, you have to be careful about how to get the votes, partly from Latin Americans, partly from the Cuban Americans, partly from the Hispanics who are there, and of course the African Americans, the retired people who also are a very big voting bloc in Florida. So I think that is also very, very important. So I think this election, I'm again, like people here, they talk, some people talk about up ki bar 400 par. I think there it is up ki bar 270 par. I don't think it's going to be a landslide like 1984 election when Reagan almost buried Walter Mondale. He carried all 49 states except Mondale state, which is Minnesota. So he got 523, and this fellow got 13 or 14, that is left Minnesota. So I think it's very unlikely we'll have a landslide election. It will be 300 plus, somebody, the losing side will be something 200 minus. So again, I will agree with Professor Post that it will be in those battleground states who can win these states: Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, etc. The next point I would like to make is the imponderables. So this is my final point. The imponderables, I think if you look at domestically, I think somebody's talking about the wave of illegal immigration. That might be an issue, the crime issue, the racial riot that was 4 years ago, the Floyd George case, the Black Lives Movement case, etc. So we never know. I mean, so these are a lot of other issues which are there. The healthcare issue, Roe versus Wade overturning, and this big fight between pro-choice and pro-life. So many other things are there, the immigration issues, and of course the external issues. I mean, how these things is going to play out in Ukraine, how the things are going to play out in in Gaza, etc., because the Jewish lobby is still very, very powerful. I mean, numerically, they are only 2%, but I think in real terms, they're very significant power. But again, you have to also balance it with the Arab Americans in Michigan, and Michigan happens to be a swing state. So that is also very, very important. Again, how new things can come up in Taiwan, in cross-state relations. Also, things can happen in North Korea. This guy, Kim Jong-un, I mean, he's very unpredictable, he's irrational, he can do something crazy out of the way in Seoul or Tokyo, etc. So I think a lot of this, and now with Putin winning the 6th term, I mean, how he's going to behave? Is he going to be a little bit more rational, more predictable, or he try to raise the stakes in Ukraine and all other things? I mean, and again, how Jinping is also going to play his cards in terms of China-America relationship. I think these are all a lot of these variables and complex matters that I think probably will be clear. But I think one thing is clear. I think this election, to my mind, is not going to be one-way street. It's going to go down the way. And as Yogi Berra, the baseball analyst, says, I mean, it's like the bottom of the 9th innings, till you never know. But I don't think it will be that close like John F. Kennedy election with Nixon in 1960, which was, I mean, it took hours and hours, like few hundred votes here and there. But it might happen that way. But I think most likely it will be in a more predictable way. Whoever wins, it will be 300 plus. It will be more like a 2020, 2016 and 2020. So with these comments, I'll let you conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Alam. Thank you for all the granular detail on several aspects of the election. Could I invite next Dr. Tritesh Nandan, Senior Journalist, ABP, Consulting Editor of the Delhi NCR-based channel. In the last 21 years of his media career, he has reported and worked on the news desk and holds a PhD in American Studies from JNU. He's a Fulbright scholar and has also studied in Israel on a fellowship. He's chosen to speak on a geriatric election context in America, aging US presidential hopeful state of God. Good luck.
Thank you, Chair. And as we have already seen that some of the things have been spoken by Ambassador Rao and Professor Alam on this issue, the geriatric contest, and he has already talked about 1984, that presidential debate, how Reagan, how he spoke against Walter Mondale, despite he was vice president of Jimmy Carter in that era, 77 to 81. I'm going to stick with the issue. Why is this issue important in the geriatric? Because lots of guys. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Because this issue has come up in a big way for the last 4 years, if you see that there have been comments written in the newspaper, how will be the elections, how is Biden behaving, and how are things appearing in this election. If you see that 2020 elections, Politico magazine came out with a theme story, the dementia campaign, and it was marked to the both gentlemen who are running again for this time. The records have been broken. Trump broke the record of Reagan. Biden broke the record of Trump. And this, if you see the age, 81, and Trump is 77. The generation, if you see that Joe Biden comes from silent generation. Silent generation is a term given the people who were born between 1925 to 45. And Republican Trump comes under baby boomer generation, 1946 to 64. Biden is twice old as the median age of Americans, that is 39. Trump is beyond retirement age of the 65 when American pilots retired at that age. So these things matter a lot. Why this thing matter there? Because there have been brain fade moments. If you remember in 2016, just to put an analogy, in the cricket match, what happened to Steve Smith, Australian cricketer. he was captain and he had a brain fade moment when he referred to the DRS to his teammates. So that moment has been happening to these two gentlemen for a long time. One's physical and mental acuity matters a lot in while you go for voting. If you see recently, Trump confused Nikki Haley as former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Trump has been confusing names, memory lapses, so appears on the as a confused on the public stages. I went to see all the records of 46 presidents we have seen the first time in the United States, and when I put the data on the Excel sheet, there have been only 2 presidents who have been, Americans are not tuned to this old age candidates. There have been only 2 instances where the presidents for the first time were in the age of 70. For 60s, there are 10 presidents who took oath. 50s, overwhelmingly, 25 presidents took oath. And in 40s, 9 presidents took oath. So if you add 50s and 40s, there have been 25 plus 9, 34 presidents. And if you see the percentage, that is 74% of the US presidents were in the age below 60s. So Americans are not tuned to it. Why this age is matter? Because if you see that United States presidents has a very grueling schedule. He meets intelligence committee, he talks to the media, he goes to the house, and he has lots of series of meetings, he signs documents, and it's a very grueling job. It takes physically and cognitively things why the voters are asking about why there shouldn't be an upper age limit to the older candidates. I'm not against anyone, but if you see the visionary, most of the visionary presidents that America had seen were in the 50s, like Abraham Lincoln. I will cite 3 examples. Abraham Lincoln, he was in mid-50s when he shepherded the nation through the turbulent period of Civil War. Then there was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR, commonly known as. He was also in early 50s for the first time when he came out with the concept of New Deal, and he swimmed over the crisis with this concept, the financial downturn and the Great Depression. And then LBJ also came out with the concept called Great Society and Medicare and Medicaid, though he fumbled on the Vietnam War. And if you see that some of the presidents who were in 40s done a remarkable job, Theodore Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, though he was cut due to assassination, Bill Clinton, and most recently Barack Obama. So then comes to the topic, why this is happening in the American, is that American politics becoming a very obscure word called gerontocracy. Gerontocracy means that your leaders are dictated, your leaders are ruled much more ahead than the adult population of America. There is no congressional limits, there is no limits to the US Senator election. So most of the candidates go through that contesting, and they have been not challenged. 3 examples that I will cite. The Senate Majority Leader is Chuck Schumer, and he is 73. The Minority Leader is Mitch McConnell, he is 83. He recently froze during one of the questions that one of the reporters asked. Mitch McConnell, his senior colleague is Chuck Grassley, who's 90, and he also intends to run in 2028 the Senate elections. So the median age of the Senate is 65. The retirement age of the American pilots, retirement age of the common politicians, common people there. But the House of Representatives is much younger. It is 56, the median is. If you see the data which I have got from the House of Representatives and Senate, only 7% of the US Congress members are just below the age of 40. So this brings to the question that these things are happening, people are noticing, voters are taken care of. So the questions are being asked. Nikki Haley, who lost the primaries to Donald Trump, she asked the question, why shouldn't there be a mental competency test? So the first question, should political leaders undergo cognitive screening? Cognitive screening is a highly controversial subject, and it tests your brain, how much your brain functions. The second question is that can politicians who are too old should serve in the office? Should America make retiring at a certain age mandatory for elected officials who run the country, like presidents and Senate? And can there be age limit to the upper age limit, to this president and Senate? So why is there? I don't have any problem with older age, but why is this age? When you grow old, when you grow beyond 70, your brain shrinks a little bit. You hesitate to walk. You are not very active with that, and a significant portion of people have some impairment. And there are diseases like heart diseases, like this hypertension, which impacts the brain, even these things. So these things matter a lot. Until you are super aged, most of the people who are very good, even at the age of 70, they can run it. And we can see that Biden have many times fumbled in last 2 years. So this comes to the point that two of the survey that recently last year happened done by the Pew Research in October 2023, 79% of the Americans favor a maximum age limit to the candidates, elected officials in Washington, D.C. And 74% support such limit even for Supreme Court justices who don't even retire. So how to change it? This change, if you see that since 1789, since the Constitution had been written, there had been virtually no change except for in 40s when there were two limits for the presidential election, the FDR, because he was ill health and he died in between. So constitutional amendments require 2/3 in Senate, 2/3 in House, and 3/4 in state. This brings to my conclusion that will they go? Because when you are in the public office, you are scrutinized a lot. Even if there is a stain in your white shirt, they will scrutiny. The people will scrutinize you on that basis. So this is not a very new question. If you see that 2,000 years ago, when there was Plutarch, a Greek philosopher, he wrote an essay during the Roman Empire, should an old man engage in politics? He was also a politician. And he said, yes, I don't have any problem with that. But if you don't mix up, if your impairment doesn't come in the public, and these are the concerns what people raise in America. Third thing is that political engagement among the younger people are now very, very low. Young Americans are apathetic and disengaged from politics of America. This brings to the last point, that as we have seen that two candidates have already been decided. So will America vote this time for president or for vice president? There is inkling that this time America will vote for vice president, not for the president. If both of the candidates, one is almost certain, Kamala Harris, but if somebody comes with very younger, dynamic vice president, that party will certainly win the race. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Namir. Now, That is a lot of thought for all of us who are getting on. I pass on to our last, certainly not the least of the speakers, Raj Singappa, Group Editorial Director of India Today, former Chief Editor of the Tribune, long experience of 4 decades, and the author of the best-selling book Weapons of Peace, The Secret Story of India's Quest to be a Nuclear Power.
Yes.
And he's fresh from receiving the Ramnath Goenka Excellence Award for feature writing for his writing on Kashmir. Over to you, Raj.
Is it all okay? Start. Okay. I might be mistaken for. So it's okay. But good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Navtej, and my fellow panelists. I virtually left. Can you hear me? It's on? Yeah. I don't think I have anything left to say after such an exhaustive presentation, as well as earlier Ambassador Rao had given that as well. And actually, I've just been sort of steamrollered into coming into this. Amitabh is a very old friend. In fact, the award that I just got for the Kashmir Files, and I consulted Amitabh, and I've quoted him on that there. So I couldn't say no. And then before I could realize what the topic was and what I was supposed to speak, he had put it on social media, and there I was. So as a journalist, I prefer always to listen, not to speak. And just to say how good I feel coming here, pretty chilled out place. I like the atmosphere. I haven't been here before, and so it was nice to see this, the approach here and the students. And I wish you all the best. Just a few points. Actually, I'm in the midst of covering the Indian elections, so my focus is really on what's going to happen in the next 2 months. I'm sure a lot of you all are interested in that as well, and therefore to suddenly switch gears and look at the American elections was a bit this thing. I tried to do it last night, but it is a long haul, and fortunately my colleagues have done that. Just while doing that, I was thinking about the comparisons, and maybe that's quite interesting to look at, because all the other aspects have covered between the issues that the Indian election faces and the American election faces. Yeah, I mean, we are the greatest, one the greatest democracy and one the largest democracy, and we also believe we are the greatest democracy. But if you take a look at some of the issues, one of them is, of course, the whole business of Make America Great Again, is what Trump says. And I think Biden has picked that up and used it in a different way, though he's never mentioned MEGA in any way, but he has used that in many senses to talk about how his predecessors, including the Democrats, had not done what they should be doing in changing the direction America should go and renewing America. And that's a big, big push that he's done. And if you see the coincidences here, you have Prime Minister Modi launch off into Make India Great Again, right? 1,000-year renewal that he's talking about. For the next 1,000 years, we should do it. Viksit Bharat, that we're looking at 2047. Horizons that they are talking about, which is looking ahead and therefore some senses reflecting the past, that these things had not happened. So there is that interesting thing that is there that I'll just place there to see how much of that comparison. If you look at the way President Biden moved with his entire economic policy, there was a huge emphasis in terms of infrastructure. And this, of course, you must remember that this is part of the COVID economy that is coming in across the world. And I think he spent more money than probably you're the expert. Than if you go right back in time, when was it that you had the great plan? This was 1925, 24. You spent a lot of money on infrastructure at that time. And was it the FDR plan? That was,
32.
Yeah.
New Deal.
New Deal that is there. And if you look at what President Biden has done in terms of spending, enormous amounts that he has set aside for infrastructure. He's also, and if you take a look at the way Prime Minister Modi has done that, he's committed close to 100 lakhs in terms of infrastructure ever since COVID broke out. And so there is a sort of commonality in terms of aspirations, let's put it. The second point I'd like to just talk about, and I mean, these can be discussed, debated in depth, is the issue of
religion and the part, the way it plays a role in these places. Now, I've seen that, and Professor here could talk about it in terms of Biden's evangelical sort of outreach, his voters and the whole business of Christianity in a political way coming back. And that maybe is to distinguish with the other in terms of it's linked directly, of course, with migration and other issues that's there. But clearly, there is an underplay going on in terms of religion over there, which we need to also look when we look at India. When you see the BJP talk about Hindutva and the fact that they feel that economic growth is not enough, that there must be a cultural underpinning, even with religious, to get people interested, get people excited, get people to vote, to give their support to it. So that's just something that we need to debate in terms of how, this is now tying up in various countries, whether the movement towards the right, the conservatism that we see across much of the world. What is happening and how much will that play and how will that play out? If you take a look at the way the BJP and the RSS looks at the elections ahead and the very strident movement towards it, though Prime Minister Modi has been very wise in balancing it out in terms of the development path, in terms of the fact that providing, jobs and employment and all the other issues, welfare schemes. But that undercurrent we have seen with the Ram Mandir come up. We have seen the Article 370 and the positioning that BJP RSS sort of put on that front. Of course, the most recent outcome has been the CAA, or the Citizenship Amendment Act. You can draw parallels there in terms of the way Trump speaks in terms of migration. When you look at the CAA and look at how Trump talks about deportation and I will end the entire thing. And so there again, there is an issue, and you can see that divide of how migration is playing out on this. I would also take a look at the economy, and I think that is becoming one of the big things that is there. If you take a look at the way President Biden has run the economy, the enormous amount of things that he has done for the economy, of course, much of that will start showing up only 3-4 years later, because the big reforms that he brought up, whether it was the infrastructure push, the American Rescue Act, more recently, the entire technological push that he has put in, that is going to take, bear fruit. Just this morning, I think the papers had of how Intel is setting up 3 large semiconductor plants across the world, and he inaugurated that, some $10 billion. And the fact that the state is funding a lot of these things now. And, the entire process of globalization, liberalization is now moving going in the reverse, where America, threatened by China, is now saying that they would like to make all these critical technology in their place, encouraging American industry or make in America. And you can see that same philosophy being reflected in India with the Make in India approach that we've had in terms of our defense programs, in terms of much of our industry. And there, if you take, again, the thrust there is critical technology. The thrust here also, if you look at the relations we have with the US, is on the ISET, critical and emerging technologies, the initiative that is there. So there is a lot of convergence that is there in terms of looking at countries, and that is because of the outcome of 2 things. One, the way COVID has devastated economies across the world, and 2, China. Without doubt, we realized how dependent the world was on China and its supply chains and everything else. So there is a move, not only in America, but in India, to get away from China, to build your own resilience over here, build your own support system. I would also just add, of course, the age issue here. You were saying 70 is when you start losing your faculty. I don't think Prime Minister Modi is 73. In any way, his age is being questioned. In fact, it's the other way. I mean, I think Rahul Gandhi just touched 50, and there's questions of whether he's experienced enough. Has he done enough? Whereas it's felt that Mr. Modi, with his vast experience in political governance, is more favored on that front. And the other thing, I think, if you look at the age, not the age, the youth aspect of it. Again, you have, if you listen to the State of the Union speech that President Biden talked, he talked of, waiving off the loans of students. And there, I think, something like 3 million students that owe a hell of a lot of money on this. Whereas Trump opposes that, and he thinks that this is not the way to do it. So That is also, I think, a very interesting debate because Mr. Modi has been talking about the whole Mudra scheme.
Freebies.
And not freebies, I mean, to how to get the youth involved in terms of their vocations, their skill development, everything. There's a large focus on the youth that is there. And that, I think, is some similarity that you could see. I would also, well, a final point would be, of course, I don't think there's a parallel in terms of abortion, which is a huge issue in the US and not so much here. I think India's pretty well accepted the medical termination of pregnancy in 1972 and has not opposed that. And so it'll be interesting to see how that debate plays out over there. On the balance, it's clear that the way, if you had to vote the economy, you would certainly vote Biden because he seemed to have delivered on some of these fronts. You can see that inflation has dropped to a low. You've had unemployment at a probably low since 1969 or something like that. That's what the figures show. And he's certainly guided the economy. And from an Indian point of view, the fact that I think Ambassador Rao spoke of that, the yo-yo approach that President Trump has towards relations. We saw how he withdrew the GSP, despite the fact that he was, seen to be someone that would focus on economy and that there were issues that we had with the trade, the kind of tariff hikes that's there. And now, of course, he's promising to hike the tariffs. We also have become protectionists in that sense, in terms of certain parts that will only be made in India. So these are a few of the things I thought I would just put down on the table in terms of, I think, final point I would just say is that, well, just to conclude in terms of my points, is that when you look at the Biden presidency, it has invested a hell of a lot on India in the last couple of years. It has virtually acknowledged that we are the key balancer in this region, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. It has given us a huge deal with the GE 414 engines that they've never ever thought of doing before. I'm not sure if President Trump would have agreed to what had happened on that front. They've just sold us the drones. So on the defense component, they've locked us in pretty well. Also, if you look at the fact that the ISET initiative that's there, I think that's a very significant thing that's happening, that in critical and emerging technologies, we've seen the Micron company come here and start manufacturing chips. There's a lot of tie-ups that's going there, because I think there are a couple of reasons that one could sort of discern from that. Why does America need us? Why does India need us? I mean, these are like fundamental questions in some senses. America might see us as a balancing force because they know that an aggressive China, and they need to defend their allies in that sense. They need to develop capabilities within us to challenge China in terms of resilience, in terms of various supply chains that's there. And of course, the fact that democracy and the encouragement of those are the things. But if you take a look from India, why do we need them? Because clearly we understand that we have a huge gap between China and India in terms of technology. I mean, they're way streets ahead of us. We were chairing a session in Conclave, and India Today Conclave, we had Admiral Anbar talk about the fact that when you look at Chinese marine capability, shipping capability versus ours, both in terms of defense and civil, there's a huge, enormous gap between there. And if you take a look at the kind of trade that China does with the US versus what we are doing, there is a scope for us to get into the China +1. We have sort of lagged behind on this, but this is something that we need to push for. When we are getting there, there's great opportunities there, but we need to balance. And I think Naseji will, also look at that aspect: is how many of eggs do we place in the US basket? Do we continue the role of the balancer, because we have Russia to keep in mind? Also, we don't want to get pushed hard into China, contain them, but not get into a confrontation, make their relationship more manageable, predictable. And just as that, I think probably in terms of presidencies, maybe Biden is more manageable, predictable, and we need to see how Trump will do this. These are my few points. Thanks very much, Natij.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Raj, for covering such a wide landscape so effectively.
Thank you.
I'm not going to try and distill everything that has been said. I think people have covered different areas of the subject, except to say that I think if you look at everything that's been said, just 3 or 4 points. One is, in the coming months, you're going to have to watch out for a lot of things if you're going to be following this campaign. And a few of the things are what happens to Trump's legal problems? Second, what happens to the perception about Biden's age? We've discussed age a lot. So the perception has started to change with the State of the Union address. Immediately in the 24 hours following that, I think they got about 10 million funding extra. So certainly he is coming out energetic, swinging, talking faster, traveling a lot, particularly to the battleground states. So you're going to have to watch what's going to happen in the battleground states, because given the system of the Electoral College, on which perhaps the Department of American Studies can commission a book or something, yeah, it's it's a very, very strange animal. And how that is going to play out, you will have to see that. An interesting remark was made by one of the speakers that this could just be an election for a vice president. In which case, we haven't really seen a strong vice presidential candidate step up so far. So I think we will have to, that's going to be another thing to watch out for. And of course, how much does Biden begin to talk up the economy? There has been a perception, and this is a conflict in the Biden campaign, there has been a perception that the economy is not doing well. And there is a reality that he has invested huge amounts of money, political capital, in the early part of his presidency on the Inflation Reduction Bill, on the CHIPS Act, etc. And now they are beginning to talk it up again. So how much does that perception of the pocketbook actually change in the coming months? On foreign policy, I think Raj has explained everything, but one question, and a lot of people have, even in the previous session, it was asked, what happens to India? Who's better for India? And we can have our views on that. But having served in the first 2 years of Trump in Washington, and having served earlier under a Democrat, Bill Clinton's second term, I am a little chary of saying that this bunch is better than that bunch for India, etc., etc. This was true in the 50s and the 60s, etc. Even there, it wasn't all black and white. But certainly for the last 25 years, no matter who has been there, the India-US relationship has gone up. There's a difference of nuance. There's a difference of focus. Yes, but that's the Democrat agenda and the Republican agenda, etc. So that focus comes. If Trump was to come today, I wouldn't be scared about it as India. But we would have to tidy up our act on a couple of things, right? Trade and immigration. If you're going to be having Indian illegal immigrants trying to go through Mexico, they're going to get it. And if you're going to raise your tariffs and it's going to come to Trump's notice, and if our trade balance goes more in our favor, we're going to get a couple of tweets and we're going to get a whack around the place. But we have to play around that. And on strategic issues, frankly, all that's happening today, Raj, the defense agreements, etc., it started both in the last parts of Ash Carter's time and under Obama, and then through Trump. All the major foundational agreements signed during Trump. The Indo-Pacific was started under Trump, and it's been carried on because there is a strategic underpinning to the relationship, and the convergence on China is a major factor, but not the only thing. So I won't take up more time because I was the one who was talking about hard stops, but I will keep 10 minutes for a quick Q&A roundup. We'll put ourselves by 10 minutes. Is that all right? Question number two? So if you could keep your questions very short, and if you have a particular person you want to respond, please name. And we'll take about 3 questions together and then wind up the answers. Yes, please.
My question quickly is one if Professor Force and Professor Alam can draw historical correlations of the economy, reality, and life thing. There are historical parallels to that. The more I think my real question is to Dr. Nandan. kept a lot of food for thought there, but my question is, again, is if you look around leaders of major powers, you can still see 70 plus leaders all around. The question is, if we are going to espouse for any change, constitutional change. Because the question in your case is not the age limit as such. You are questioning the mental capacity and the physical ability. So how do you go about this change? Because the moment you give a cap on the age limit, it's not going to solve the real problem. You can have mental problem when you're 60 also.
Right, got the question. Anybody else? Yes, please. And then the lady, and then we'll have to stop.
Yes.
Ambassador Sarna, not really a question. As a teacher of American government and politics in the center, I can't help but just comment on Dictatious, first in terms of Dictatious presentation. He was talking about old age. And I think I'll add to your list Senator Strom Thurmond. That's there. And on the other hand, if you talk about the young, you know, there was a young president, youngest elected president who was killed. His brother, another young man who was running for president, was killed. And we had another young president from their same party, President Bill Clinton, who used his youth to his maximum benefit, but to the great embarrassment of America. That was a comment that, I mean, keeping away, I couldn't help but say that. One thing I must say, Ambassador, please allow me. Professor Alam, I've never seen anyone quote so much statistics and so many figures and place names without referring to anything. So it's a great thing, sir. And Raj sir, I've been reading you for a very long time. I have only my university to thank, my colleague to thank, that I have seen you face to face. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you. Your question.
Sir, can I ask?
No, I think the lady there. Yeah, that's going to be the cutoff. The rest of the questions you can ask over lunch. I'm sure the speakers will be around.
Hello, sir. My name is Nivedita. I'm a PhD student at the Latin Studies. The question again falls to the same theme since everybody's talking about age. So what are the prospects for the future of Republican and Democratic Party in the post-Trump and post-Biden era? If we can give special emphasis on Republican Party.
Right, thank you. Please, you have the questions. Would you like to take over?
I would just make one comment back on the economy. That was one of the first questions. The point I would emphasize, different ways, different statistics you can look at, but I think the issue that Biden faces with the economy is that the issue that most people are concerned about is inflation. And inflation has come down, but what that means is that the rate of inflation has come down, but prices went up and the prices don't come down. And so, gasoline is a good example, or the basic foods that you purchase, those jumped up when we had inflation that hit, I think it peaked out at about 9%. And so inflation, prices went up and then they stay there. And it takes a while for people to get used to that. And once they get used to it, then they're kind of, okay, the economy is looking better. And we're kind of in that transition right now where many people are still seeing higher prices than they saw 2 years ago, and they still don't like it. And they don't like being told, well, inflation's coming down. Well, the rate of inflation is coming down, but the prices aren't, and they probably won't.
Would you like to take on the...
Right. I'll just quickly respond. I think Manish asked a question about the economy kind of thing. I think I will agree more with Ambassador Sarna when he said it's a perception. I think perception is very, very important. Like as I said, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? So I think, again, it depends on the place also. I think in America also, when I was there in the 80s and 90s, it differs from place to place. Like a lot of people used to go from Michigan to New York, or New York to New Jersey, Kentucky to Missouri. So I think the price of gasoline, a lot of the other places, I think it depends also. So I think again, the question, as some people say, soft landing versus hard landing. Most people, reasonable people think at this point of time, unless something drastic changes, probably American economy is reasonably in good shape, probably is in soft landing kind of thing. But what happens if there is another pandemic outbreak? What happens if the oil prices zoom up, if something crazy goes on in Gaza and other things kind of? That is something that you cannot predict. I mean, so there are a lot of variables, a lot of predictability. So, but having said that, I think for the most people, I think if you're doing okay, again, I think if let us say I'm a student, I used to get like per hour, $5.35 minimum wage. I think in most places it has gone to 8, 9, 10. Again, it differs from state to state. So you cannot standardize everything uniform all the way from Maine, Massachusetts, all the way to Washington and Oregon. It depends on the state by state. Again, the way American electoral system is, red states will more or less remain red, the blue states will remain blue. So what is the in-between, the battleground states and the swing states? Because it is not United States, it is disunited states of America. And again, those swing states, those 5 or 6 or 7, again, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, these, if you pick 3 or 4 out of that, or if you pick a big one like Ohio or Florida, I think basically you are off the 270 plus. So that is one thing. The question going back to you, ma'am, is what happens in a post-Biden and post-Trump? I think there will be a life after Biden. There will be a life after Trump. Again, like remember in 1992, when Bill Clinton contested against a very hard seasoned S.W. Bush, and his popularity rating was almost 91, 92% in the aftermath of the 1991 Gulf War. Again, the popularity things, again, so it goes up, it can also go down. So you never know. I mean, and a lot of people had a lot of misgivings about Clinton Gore, because how come, I mean, it doesn't match. Both of them are young, both of them are like young yuppies. One of them happened to be a governor of Arkansas and another person a senator from Tennessee. So that doesn't give any kind of geographical balance or anything like that. But he chose Gore, and they defeated George H.W. Bush in 1992, and again went on to win the 1996 election even with a larger margin. So I think there will be new elements is coming up again. Again, that ties up with the diaspora kind of thing. So I think this is not the end of Nikki Haley. I think again she will come back. Again, I think Kamala Harris, and there may be some other dark horses out there also. So I think we'll see a lot of more, like nobody imagined before 2008 that Obama might win. He did win, and being the first African American. So who knows, the glass ceiling might be broken, and again, Harris or Haley or somebody else, or again, some other immigrant groups also, they might also come up. So that is totally within the realm of possibilities. Thank you.
To your question, that old age also brings wisdom and experience. So it is a positive thing. But one thing is that you shouldn't fumble on the while you are speaking in the public. Because public, when you are elected publicly, people question a lot. Even I just spoke that even there is stain on your white shirt, that will be discussed. So bringing constitutional change, it happened in the 40s when there were 2 limits, 20-second amendment was brought. They can bring. But one thing is quite sure, that the youthful young guys are not participating in elections here, political process in America.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this session. Thank you.
So we would like to thank all our guest speakers, and a huge round of applause for all speakers from the Center for Canadian, United States and Latin American Studies. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Yeah, we'll head for our lunch break. So please.
Share your slide a bit, because earlier it was.
Not sure where I did it.
Don't worry, it's still there.
Stopped.
Yeah, don't worry.
Did it stop again?
Yeah, it stopped again, but doesn't matter. What I'll do is is it here?
As per the schedule, we are meeting at the next session will start at.
Did you remove it? No.
I didn't
It's
do
still
anything.
there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 1 sec.
Was it this one? Yeah, this was Trump again.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Correct. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try. Can you just 1 second? Don't worry. You can.
कैसे हो रहे हम कब से देंगे
Yeah.
Yeah.
Professor Pongo, I'll just.
September, October, March, I think it's me. John, please come.
Yeah.
So this side.
चलो yes. The case is now. You can get a content committee member. Yeah, thanks. Happy some charge. हम लोग में पर इनकी सीन लाइक कर लिया दोनों का इसका कैंडिडेट से कैंडिडेट ग्रुप चलो दोनों का हाउस very good.
I'm just checking if this is working.
So बात मतलब बीजे सुनी ना अच्छा कीजिए अच्छा है
हम सर के साथ आइडियाज की में
वाह this is वो है जो
Since we couldn't see Sir's PPT while he was playing it, I'm just trying to see whether I can get it done right now. I'll try my best. If it doesn't work out, then we're going on a lunch break. Thank you. So the good news is that I've got the PPT working. So I'm just playing it one by one so that you guys can have a look at it as the audience out there on YouTube. So this is the end of the PPT. You can keep pausing and going back to have a look at it. Thank you so much. So we are going on lunch break right now.
So the top issues, according to the polls, the very first thing that came up in most of the polls was strengthening of the economy, the domestic economy, which included reducing health costs, making social security financially viable. And of course, I think I should mention this here, though we've been having discussions in the morning, that even though the US economy seems to be on track and it's recovering post the pandemic, the cost of living concerns dominate the campaign. Inflation is actually high, and I think Professor Potts was explaining that to us in the morning, which has created a kind of a displeasure for Bidenomics. Trump, of course, has said that he's going to unleash the oil and gas industry to ease inflation, that he's going to drill, baby drill. And he also is going to impose a 60% tariff on all Chinese imports. But the Republicans are also seen as a threat to Social Security and Medicare. The other issues, of course, another one that was taken up was on reproductive rights, an issue which the Democrats seem to have, I mean, they have seemed to feel some kind of electoral wins based on that. Reducing crime and dealing with immigration and border security. That's again a very major issue. Because Trump's managed the increasing flow of immigrants. At least I feel has led to a shift in the democratic thinking about immigration as well. Trump has made it his top, I think, domestic campaign issue. He said that he's going to carry out mass deportations, create holding camps, utilize the National Guard, some of the things that he said, have a travel ban on people from coming from certain countries, and of course, something that really went viral, the blood and soil kind of comment. But at the same time, he's opposed the border security deal in the Senate, which was trying to tighten asylum laws. So I think we're going to have discussions, presentations on that as well. According to the polls again, environment and climate change comes after that. I mean, that's the next maybe a couple of, it's not all that important as an issue, at least according to the polls, though perhaps it should be. So that's up for debate as well. Then there are issues around race and global trade that seem to have come at the bottom of the priorities for the US, but then immigration is steeped in race issues. So again, it's up for our presenters. Now, in a recent article, The New Yorker seemed to think that foreign policy issues this year matter a bit more to the Americans than usual. And this is keeping Gaza and Ukraine in mind. And many people think that it should be top priority. Let's see what our speakers have to say. Most of our speakers are in-house. And these two that I can see are products of the center, even though they are not in-house. Our first speaker for today is Dr. Samit. He's our US studies expert. He's a sociologist by discipline. But he's been teaching US studies for the past at least 1 decade or more. And he specializes on society and culture, history of the US, international relations. He's, of course, a keen observer of US domestic politics. And he's going to be speaking to us on illegal immigrants as a factor in US elections. So I invite Dr. Ray to make his presentation. Yeah.
Do I look good on screen? Anyway. So thank you for inviting and the organizing committee also. I have to differ with you that President Biden is trying to tighten border security with the bill in the Senate. He's not going to tighten anything. He's actually trying to loosen up everything. So he is the problem as far as the border problem is concerned. He and the party that he leads. In the morning, I was hearing about the third party candidacy of Robert Francis Kennedy Jr., Bobby Jr. but let me quote Viral Bobby, his father. He's one of my favorite leaders, American leaders, even though I do not subscribe to his party's ideology. I like to quote him. There is discrimination in this world, and slavery and slaughter and starvation. I'll stop here regarding the quotation. Now, why did I quote Bobby? And because discrimination I heard from many platforms, in many gatherings, that President Trump's immigration policy was discriminatory. And discrimination happens, we're talking about an Indian perspective, so discrimination happens to be in this fabric word also. So, where was the, let's define, see what discrimination actually means. So discrimination, as I'm very fond of telling my students, that discrimination is denial of a right. If everyone else is given the right and you are not, a person is not, and the person is discriminated against. So denial of a right. Do foreigners, foreign born, do they have rights to American liberties? Do they have a claim to American rights? The answer is no. So how can, a Latino or Hispanic or whatever, I mean, they're called Hispanic once they enter the United States, not before that. An immigrant, how, or even for that matter, an illegal immigrant, how can that person have a claim to American rights? The person is not American. Who decides when someone is coming to your house, stay in your house, who will enter your house? Who decides? Someone someone's trying to force himself inside your house, he decides. Or you decide. So let Americans decide. We can't say that the policy is discriminatory. One thing I must tell you, if you are talking about American history, that the federal government had actually tried to keep out many immigrants from many parts of the world earlier. Thomas Jefferson, and students know this, had written a letter to George Washington saying that people, non-English speaking people from continental Europe were unwelcome. Because if they come, they will not only bring their strange languages and cultures, but will bring also the undemocratic political culture with which they are associated with, they are familiar with. Now, if people do, then the only way to handle them is to Americanize them. That was the thinking. And that went behind the great motto that E pluribus unum, among many, we are one. How? Because we have to create one from the many. How to create the one from the many? To Americanize them. Many people make a blunderous mistake, if I may call it blunderous mistake, if something can be called that. They say that the founding fathers were cultural pluralists. They were not. That's one. Second, cultural pluralism as an idea arose in the 20th century, beginning of the 20th century, in the hands of an Orthodox Jew known as Horace Kallen. Right? So how can the founding fathers of the United States be so futuristic that they will be cultural pluralists? They were not expected to be cultural pluralists. Cultural pluralism was not an idea at that point. So it will be a blunder if you say that they were cultural pluralists. Cultural pluralism arose much later. It arose for some reason. It is a byproduct of Zionism. There's a particular book that Horace Kallen had written, Zionism in World Politics. The very idea was how to protect Jews from being converted to Christianity. They were always afraid that Jews will be subsumed within the Christian fold, within the Protestant fold. So that's the birth of cultural tourism. The present president is saying that we will not insist on assimilation. We will insist on integration. Now, who are you trying to take for a ride? Integration and assimilation is the same thing looked from two different points of view. One from the point of view of the host, the natives, the native culture. It's integration. And from the point of view of the immigrant, it's assimilation. The same process from two different sides. The immigrant assimilates and the host or the sons of the soil, they integrate. So there's nothing like you replace assimilation with integration. That doesn't make sense. That's sociologically misleading. Fine. And politically misleading. And as for this bipartisan effort that he is supposedly making, that bill that Speaker Johnson said that it will be dead on arrival in the House. That bipartisan effort was actually it came out from the Senate. The Senate is where the Democratic Party has a majority. Fine. So the Republican Party had no other way but to compromise and have something which goes by the name of bipartisan. Fine. So do not get carried away by this bipartisan effort. There has been no bipartisan effort. The House where the Republicans are in the majority will not do that, will not accept that. Why? Why shouldn't they accept that? There are reasons. Catch and release. Who are you catching and releasing? And releasing where? Illegal immigrants were releasing inside America. On the contrary, Texas wanted to have a law which was even ratified by the Supreme Court. Senate Bill 4, saying that we will arrest illegal immigrants and deport them. The Supreme Court again has stated, catch and release. That was a brainchild of this that impeached Secretary of Homeland Security. And by his own admission, he has released millions of illegal immigrants inside America, threatening internal security. And everyone is coming for asylum. They are not. They're not coming for asylum. If you come for asylum, you are not an illegal immigrant. Let's be very, very clear about the definitions. If you are coming for asylum, you are a refugee, not an illegal immigrant. Iranians came after the Islamic Revolution. They were refugees. Cubans came after the Castro Revolution, first in 1959. They were the refugees. They came to asylum. These people are not coming for asylum. So whether they are really coming for asylum or not, that is why the issue is now under these asylum officers of that Department of Homeland Security. Right? Not under the judges of the American courts, because the cases can drag for years together. And by that time, they will live for a long time. I forgot to tell you, the title I thought about my presentation is Alien's Dream, American's Nightmare. It's no more an American dream. The dream of an alien. And someone said, how can you call them alien? Alien is not someone who comes from another planet. I mean, who has seen someone coming from another planet? But Americans have seen people coming from another country. So people who are coming from another country, they are aptly termed as alien. Permanent resident alien. There's a category in America. We know permanent resident aliens as in India as it's a very good marriage proposal if someone has that, known as green card holder. इसका तो green card है, he has green card. अच्छा दामाद चुना है हमने. Green green card holder is permanent resident alien. And what's wrong in categorizing someone as alien? There was a proposal by the president's party at one point of time to have an act known as the Dream Act. Dream? Absolutely nightmarish. Development Relief Education for Alien Minors. And Dream Act was actually a proposal for citizenship. Since it could not become law, what happened? Two things were done. The same Democratic Party did this thing. One, it instigated a so-called dreamer movement. Instigated is the word. Instigated a dreamer movement. Second, when one of their own became president, Barack Hussein Obama of Illinois, forced him to write something, an executive order, which named DACA. DACA in, supports DACA in Hindi means robbery, DACA dalna. Deferred action on childhood arrivals, even though that was not a citizenship proposal. Deferred action, not immediate deportation. Why? And you ask people to dream? Dream a movement? Where is that movement? That movement was actually meant to disrupt the American system. That is not acceptable. So that is why, one thing that you should not forget, that there are big sections of the Democratic Party's constituents, supporting groups, voting blocks, something we know as vote banks in India, voting blocks, like blacks, like Labour. They would not like people coming from outside and taking the jobs. 70% or more of the jobs during the Biden years went to foreign work. That's atrocious, unacceptable. So that is why we, if you say there is nativism, President Trump is a nativist, of course he is. Make America Great Again is a nativist philosophy. Nativism has always been there in American politics from the time the Irish entered. There has been an opposition from within American society against certain people who were perceived as taking away not only jobs, but in the end, living spaces. So there was always this cry of let's reclaim our neighborhoods. Fine. So this tendency to have, to keep certain people out. President Trump was not the only person to do that. I mean, what I was hearing in the morning session that there was an attempt to, if I may use the term, attempt to demonize him and the party that he leads. There's nothing to be so alarmed about. If abortion is not available, it's not acceptable among the majority of Americans, let it be so. The church does not accept it. There are Americans who do not accept it. So why try to have a one-size-fits-all thing for everyone? Right. So when you say that, democracy, liberty, these are, first you become American, and then you have to enjoy those things. Now, 10,000 people across the border on a daily basis. What kind of an illegal immigration is this? I mean, even illegal immigration, that thing doesn't fit here. 10,000 people across the border, that too on a daily basis. Fine. You are trying to prevent a state from having an immigration law saying that this is a federal territory, please don't encroach. So what will Texas do? What will a state like Arizona do? Bring all those people inside? And what do the Americans do? Jump into that lake? So that cannot happen. So, see, if you are saying that we have to integrate whether integrate, assimilate is there. But first, that person has to become an American. Fine. So that is why I support my student who said in the morning that I'm supportive of immigration, but not illegal immigration. Illegal immigration is absolutely acceptable. Fine. And there have been illegal. Why is there, so much of pressure on illegal immigration by the president's party? Because as far as the illegal immigrants are concerned, they are people belonging to their ethnicity are present in America in large numbers. They're not only in Mexico, they're in Cuba, they're in California, they're everywhere. They're in New Mexico, everywhere. Texas, sorry, not Mexico. So they're everywhere. They comprise the voting bloc for the Democratic Party. Now, the idea is that if you do not accept these people inside America, the illegal immigrants, the Hispanics who are already there, they may get angry. So I agree with Professor when he said that President Trump should increase his acceptability, go beyond his support base. President Biden must increase his acceptability within his own party. President Trump may try to increase his acceptability among all Americans. This man should increase his, he is getting the ticket for running again because no president has been in the 20th century and after ever been denied the ticket if he has evinced an interest in running again. So we must be telling the truth. We must not hide the truth. Even if it is unpalatable. Fine. So, see, we are not into politics. We are into the profession of education. We are scholars here. Scholars don't lie, politicians do. So it's a very, many scholars have political ambitions also. That's a different thing. When you get into politics, then start lying. Till that time, tell the truth. Fine. That cultural pluralism came later. These people were not cultural pluralists. Many people were not acceptable to America. Huge illegal immigrants. 10,000 per day. They say, if it becomes 4,000, then we'll have that kind of law. Who will allow you to have it? And the president and his party say that it is President Trump. And I have objection to calling President Trump former President Trump. Because in America, a president, once a president, is always a president. Mr. President. This is President Trump. So, you are saying that President Trump is politicizing it for his benefit and taking the credit? There is no need to take credit. There will be a huge discredit that will go to the incumbent president. Thank you very much for calling me here.
Let me just Ma'am wants to speak after this.
Yeah, because that's nice. So, thank you, Dr. Ray, for a wonderful presentation, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions after this. But our next speaker is Dr. Prajita Kashyap, again in-house, who's teaching Latin American politics and political economy. For more than a decade at the center. She's also taught at other universities, Guru Gobind Indraprastha University. Her research interests include federalism, environmental politics, and today she is going to be talking on Latinos' leanings in the US presidential polls of 2024. Please, Dr. Kashyap.
Good afternoon. My presentation comes right after Dr. Ray.
And I'm going to exactly talk about immigrants and their
expectations and their leanings in this presidential poll. And the color of the slide has nothing to do with my affiliation. I tried to dilute it. When I realized I know very little about US elections, so I'm transgressing into a fort which is not mine, but let me adapt.
Hints of red and the.
Yeah. Hints of red.
Constituency. That makes a purple, right?
That also makes that no party. The next. Or, use any fast.
Click on yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Now, I am not justifying whether the immigrants are justified in their needs or cause or what they expect. What I'm doing is a broad generalization of immigrant issues in Latin America.
So let me begin by
quoting a few of the newspaper articles or headlines. They say 2024 will be the Latino election. And why? Because they are now 19% of the US population. And they are the second largest voting group who are normally dubbed as a bloc. And I'm going to, dismiss this myth that they are a bloc and they vote identically. They are the second largest voting group which has a bloc. And among these, the young voters are sizable. 20% of the Latinos will be young voters voting first time in 2024. And if I may quote this state, Nevada, 7 out of every 10 person there is a Latino. Now, the issue I'm not going to raise because it has been raised in the earlier session, so I'll just make brief mentions of the issues which concerns them. Economy,
inflation, rising housing prices,
price of gasoline, soaring food prices, and no increase in wages. That has been, impacting the Latino population. There are again social issues, especially the soaring healthcare costs, kind of education they get, and this MAGA coalition that also makes them uncomfortable. Climate change, Palestine. Who are you going to trust more to handle the Israel-Palestine conflict? And they are already there. They say Biden doesn't listen to them. Maybe Trump will listen to them. And immigration. And I'm going to elaborate a bit on immigration. So these are the issues in terms of their size or importance. 54% have economic problems, especially related to inflation, rising cost of living. 44% are worried about their job and the economy. 33% about healthcare. 29% about gun violence and crime. Lack of housing, high rates also is quite high, but yes, sizable is immigration and border issues. 20% obsessed with that issue. Now let me just go to the immigration issues. These Latino voters are further to the left on immigration policy. And Dr. Ray has already highlighted that their demand is giving legal status to immigrants who have held jobs and not have been convicted of a crime. That is, they say, if we have a good track record, give us a legal status. So, in essence, they are likely to support increasing border security measures, less likely to support increasing border security measures. So whenever a party talks about hiring more border patrol officers, creating asylum or confinement units, then they are less likely to vote compared to the general electorate. So overall, they are less supportive of any measure to curb legal immigration. Now here I have used the color coding with an intent. Party positions on immigration, Democrats, they are lenient on immigration laws. They believe America to be a compassionate, diverse, and extremely welcoming country.
Republicans, whereas, are against granting immigration to unlawful immigrants. They want travel ban. They want undocumented immigrants to be moved to detention camps, and they're taking further steps to do that. So there will be more deployment of forces along the southern borders. Whereas for the Democrats, they are very compassionate because they say separation of children and their families is not a fair treatment to all immigrants. They detest all policies that reject immigrants and refugees either on their faith, belief, or the color of their skin. The second issue which I have tried to highlight is on the environmental issues. They are more pro-climate change, and they are more supportive of any power which is given, extra power that is given to the Environmental Protection Agency. So they favor that America should go for a favorable energy mix, giving more component to the renewables. So one or two statements which I have tried to bring in say how they feel about the immigrants. Biden has recently said they are the reason he defeated Donald Trump in 2020 and urging them to help him do it again in November. Whereas Trump, we know, has very strong views, and he said they're poisoning the blood of our country. Now, if we look at the affiliations of the Latino immigrants, the Democrats have a traditional advantage. I'm sorry, this is a mistake. Compared to the Republicans, it should have been. In the 2022 midterm elections, 60% of Latino voters voted for Democrats and 39% supported Republicans. So this figure has been changing slightly. I'm going to show a graph in the next slide. So Gallup 2023, it goes on to endorse that Latino identification with Democrats is at its lowest ever, which is quite a strong statement to make, or quite a strong outcome of the poll that has happened. So this is the way the voters have voted. And we see these are what I said earlier was the midterm polls. These are the actual polls and how they voted. So 66% of Republicans compared to 32% to the Democrats. I'm sorry, I did the other way around. Now, why did the Latinos have started to drift from the Democrats, which was their traditional favorite party? Why? Now they feel that inflation, when it becomes a major issue, Trump is better equipped to handle all economic problems. Second thing, despite, and I endorse what Ray said, Dr. Ray said, that they may be saying something, but the intent is very different. So Democrats did not deliver on immigration. Most importantly, this is where the catch comes in. 62% do not identify with either party. And these are the floating voters for which both parties are vying. They want to woo these floating voters. The other concern is the changing age of voters. All under 35 are pro-Republicans. So that's a demographic change which has come about. Now let us talk about how media has been acting in creating issues about how Latinos should fare in elections or how they are portrayed as good or bad. So in the local media, the United States media, they are portrayed as gang members, oppressed workers. Sometimes they try to sympathize by calling them oppressed workers. So their wage needs to be revised, they need to be given better working conditions, but also they are portrayed as gang members. So there's a diverse portrayal of the Latinos within the local US media. If you look at the Latino media, it was quite negative in his first campaign. And this media house called Univision, it's quite an influential Spanish language network. He called so Trump's campaign dubbed this network as a leftist propaganda machine and a mouthpiece of the Democrat Party. And then there is a flip. In 2023 onwards, he starts painting Univision as positive. And he says that, he tries to portray Univision as a long-lost friend. And he gave an hour-long interview
And
this interview was notable for its gracious tones. He started with how well he's doing among Latino voters in early general election polling. So even the Univision was trying to put that message forward that he's becoming popular with the Latinos.
More importantly, this broadcast was during the network's highest rated 10 p.m. slot,
just to say that how important Trump was. So these are some of the things which I have put, but I'd like to skip that because we are a huge panel. So, for example, these are some of the ways the states in which how they have been reacting and voting. Now, how Latinos would play out? I'll just try to summarize how Latinos would play out. Latinos in campaigns, Trump is a populist leader, and most of the Latin American countries, having gone through populist regimes, they sympathize. So that idea of populism resonates with the immigrants, the Latino immigrants. Then there is one set of sensitization and mobilization which is being done by the Latinos themselves. They are trying to energize the voter. They say, because Latinos are very apathetic, they don't prefer to vote. So then there's a group within the Latinos who try to sensitize them that it's important to vote. And the other reason is that the registration for the Latinos is quite slow. So they are trying to mobilize and expedite the registration of voters. And then you have Latinos which run for office. So I have just tried to use a graph here. So these are the number of non-white US House and Senate members by race and ethnicity. So Black Americans are highest, followed by the Hispanics, which is the term used here. Just going on to say that over the years, their representation has been increasing. Now, trends in 2024. The biggest concern is, are Latino voters shifting to the right? This is a question that has dominated the last few election cycles. So it's not that they're going to advance to one side or the other. So they are very issue specific. So Latinos remain left on key issues like immigration and environmental policy. In other areas, gun control and abortion access, they align with the normal Americans. Even as Democrats maintain an overall advantage with the Latino voters, Republicans have slowly made gains. Hispanic voters found that they favored Trump's management of the economy, as I said earlier. Economic pessimism on part of Biden has given these elections the biggest headwind. Now, Latinos from, so just a state-wise breakup, which I can even avoid in a short of time. Okay, so Latinos from California, Texas, and Southwest are liberal to moderate on social issues, but conservative on issues like army, police, or religion.
Latinos in Florida, which is
largely Cuban American dominated. It is cognizant about communist regimes in Venezuela and Nicaragua, and therefore are more Republican. In swing states like Arizona and Nevada, Latinos could prove pivotal. California, Texas, or Florida with sizable Latino populations. These are places where Latinos can be decisive in shaping the political landscape. So it's not like, it's all Biden. No, there are problems. The difference margin, the point advantage is narrowing down. So this is perhaps my last slide. I would like to sum up by saying that these are some takeaways from whatever I've read. One is that they do not vote as monolith. Second, the Latino population looks different in each state. Varying economic conditions and media environments affect the parties leaning towards Democrats or Republicans in each state's Latino population. Political participation, by and large, compared to their economic heft, economic power that they wield, is much less. So, what the parties should rather be doing is genuinely invested rather than veiled attempts. The present reality is that this election is going along an environment of razor-thin margins. So we do not know which way the Latinos will go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kashyap. So now we are moving a little away from immigrants and race. And our next speaker is Dr. Stuti Banerjee, who is a research fellow at the Indian Council of World Affairs. She's been working with some of the leading think tanks and research organizations of Delhi for over a decade. She has a doctorate in US studies from our center and is an expert on international relations with focus on India's foreign policy. So I invite you to make your presentation on foreign policy issues.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a pleasure to be back here in campus. So, as ma'am said, I'm going to move a little away from immigration issues to foreign policy look into these elections. But before I do that, I will like to point out to, let's say 3 caveats here. The first is, this is essentially a domestic election, okay? So they are a president, their own president, who will make their own government. So that is essentially what America is going to do in November. But with an increasing blurring of lines between domestic issues and foreign policy issues, like the 2 speakers before me talked about immigration, which is a very, very domestic issue, but has foreign policy implications. You see this foreign policy issues now becoming increasingly important within the election campaigns that the 2 candidates or the parties are doing. So while you had Bill Clinton who came into power on the simple idea that it was economy that was, important, and he defeated a very widely popular president who had just won a war for the US. Now you have a situation where you might most probably have a president who comes into power based on how he decides Israel and Hamas peace process should go on. Now, like ma'am said, with razor-thin majorities, this is becoming an important issue. The second thing that needs to be kept in mind is when you're looking at candidates and their campaigns, you have to realize it's an election. They are, advertising themselves to their core support base as well as to these swing voters. So not necessarily whatever is said in the campaign is going to become a policy. It sometimes is just a rhetoric to get attention and to be part of the, campaign and get that airspace, because airspace is very important in a US election. Having said all of that, why are we in India looking at these elections? For a very simple reason, because the elections are important. The United States is a global power, and the continuation or change in its policies, domestic or international, have a ramification for everyone because it is the leading political, economic, and security partner to major countries across the world. And it is with these 3 points in mind that I will give you 3 issues of foreign policy that I feel are very intertwined in its domestic issues and have become part of the campaigns. Now, the first is the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Now, the conflict has raised your commodity prices, inflation across the world. It has led to food and energy crisis, which we have all discussed. Now, within the United States, you would find that there continues to be huge support across both parties for Ukraine. And there is this understanding that Russia is in the wrong. However, you would find that a vast majority also now find, that the US is doing too much, that it's enough and we should now figure things out. And when you look at this, wariness which is coming with the conflict, you would find that there is a partisan divide in this. So Democrats are more likely to be ones who feel that the matter is of national importance, whereas the Republicans, and to a large extent the independents, are more likely to see the US having done enough to support Ukraine, and for now it to take it to the next step, which is to find a peace process or some kind of a ceasefire. What is important to note here is, and this partisan divide is what is stalling US aid to Ukraine. And you would have found that in recent months when you see that domestic issues, as was pointed out by Professor Ray, on issues of border security, immigration, in which if the bills that the Democratic Party or the White House has presented with some reforms on how they were going to carry out reforms, continuation of what was being said by both parties for a very long time has been put in, but the Republicans want more. So there is a difference in how much reforms or how much aid or how much border policing should be done between the two parties, which is stalling this bill. Now, the stalling of this bill is important because it also has provisions for aid and assistance, military assistance to Ukraine. So you would find a very domestic issue is now leading to a problem where US credibility on it being able to fulfill its commitments in foreign policy has become a question mark, with other countries, other partners looking at the fact, will this affect its future foreign policy commitments towards them? The allies are looking at it very, very importantly because the US is their security partner. Now, this CEPA has meant that US today is at a position where people don't know whether they should trust it when it says it will do something for them. Now, the second issue within this is that this partisan divide with the conflict, which is now entering its third year, you have more and more people who want the United States to kind of figure out how to end the conflict and negotiate a peace with Russia. And this is where the Biden administration is facing its most critical scrutiny, because they feel that Ukraine and with Russia is not being able to bring about a negotiated peace, especially when the Russian President Putin has indicated Russia is willing to come to the negotiating table and talk peace, but only if the United States also is there, clearly indicating that the United States is the only power which will be able to persuade both Europe and Ukraine to accept the outcomes of any negotiation. Now, the main concern for Europe and Ukraine right now is that if Donald Trump, who's a former president of the United States, comes back to power, he will halt all aid to Ukraine, which, because of the precedence of him the Republican Party stalling the spending bill and other provisions, could be a reality. Now, former President Trump has been very critical of President Zelensky and has said that he's the best salesperson out there. He comes to the US, takes a lot of aid and goes back. But having faced a little bit of a pushback, he's also said that he's willing to come to the table and get Europe and Ukraine to negotiate peace and push them for peace. And if Russia is not willing, then he's said that he will give so much aid to Ukraine that Russia does not know what to do, and then they're going to fight on behalf of Ukraine. So you see how much the Republicans are doing. Now, it is, to some extent, some would say he is trying to do what Biden did. It was Trump's idea to end the Afghanistan war. He couldn't do it. Biden did it. So he's claimed credit for ending that forever war. Now, the Republicans are saying we will not let the United States get engaged in another forever war in Ukraine to finding takers. The second issue, which is of importance to Europe in this entire matter and for Ukraine, is President Trump's desire to look at NATO, something that he has done in his first term as president, and is something that he's saying he will do again. Now, the critics question whether he really wants to strengthen NATO as an alliance by being critical of it and pushing the member states to, increase the defense spendings, which is something that presidents before him of both parties have tried to do but have failed. Or is he trying to really use that as an excuse to just jinx this entire alliance? The paradox is that critics have agreed that his tactics have helped to a large extent, with Europe now becoming more aware of its own security needs and also becoming aware that they have been dependent on the United States for a very long time. And with that, Europe is now looking at how to build its own security. As a side note, the US Congress has actually passed a law whereby the United States President cannot withdraw from NATO unless there is a congressional support to it. So some would say that is Trump-proofing the NATO for the future. So the US is well aware of where it can go. But what is of importance to note is whether it is former President Trump or the current president comes back to power, transatlantic relations are going to see a change in the future. The direction which it will take, whether it's Democrat or Republican, there is going to be a change in that. The second issue for the president in terms of foreign policy or for this election is for the Democratic Party is the ongoing Israel-Hamas confrontation.
While again there is a bipartisan support for Israel, public opinion is shifting on the issue with support among the young adults for Israel decreasing, where they feel that Israel in US share common security concerns, but they also feel that Israel has now gone too far. What is a worrying factor for the Democrats here is that a vast majority of their supporters, which is about 63% according to a poll in February this year, disapprove of Israel's tactics, and a vast majority of independents and those who identified with neither parties have also come across as ones who do not support the current administration's support or the way it is handling confrontation. Now, as I have pointed out, this is a razor-thin margin. If you see, there are a number of Republicans who still question the 2020 election results. So with that margin now becoming even less in the 2024 elections, the fact that you have these swing voters or undecisive voters who are looking to not support the Democrats is a worrying concern for them. And for Joe Biden, it becomes more concerning because you have a large number of what are known supporters or uncommitted ballots which are there. And Michigan is a state which in the recent primaries saw a large number of them, and it is one of those swing states which he won the White House last year, in 2020. So he needs the support of these swing voters to actually get into the White House again. The Republicans have been very consistent in their stand. They support Israel. They have been very forthright about it. But facing some kind of a Republican pushback from their constituents, they are also increasingly looking at a way out. And they criticize the Biden administration. They haven't really brought forward a strategy of where they make this confrontation or bring about peace. So they kind of succeeded in that they have focused just on what Biden has not been able to do. The second issue within this problem is for the United States, there is a growing discontent with its Arab partners in the region who want broader consequences if peace does not return. You have President Sisi who has said that Israel's ground offensive would actually have grave repercussions for the whole region. He's very concerned about the push of Palestinian refugees into Sinai. Now, Egypt is one country. You have Saudi Arabia, you have Iran, Iraq, all of them who are partners or not partners of the US who have always been on the situation. Now, this all is happening in a backdrop where Russia and China, two strategic competitors who have been identified by both parties as strategic competitors of the US, are gaining ground and getting into the Middle East. So that is another concern. The third issue in terms of foreign policy, which is playing a big role in these elections, is China. And here again, there are two concerns that I will point out. The first concern is with respect to China's interference in the elections. US intelligence has already indicated that China is likely to meddle in these elections, citing growing efforts to exploit perceived societal divisions on social media. Now, there have been previous efforts to influence US elections, but that have largely been taking place on social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter. US concern is the use of TikTok, which is now becoming increasingly a security concern, with the US Senate having already, there is a debate in the US Congress about whether they should ban it or not. They have given the company 6 months to become all American before they decide on their next step. The second concern with respect to China is on competition. You have both President Biden and former President Trump agreeing that China is only power which can compete with, challenge, and shift the US out of leading the world order. But what is the problem for Biden administration is that while they both agree on this basic fact, how they approach is very different. He has looked at it from the perspective of remaining engaged with China on some issues. Now, this approach makes sense to a lot of US businesses who continue to have companies, establishments in China. But this has been exploited by the Republican Party as him being soft with China. So you have the Republicans who are criticizing Biden's China policy and said that he's not looking at China as a threat, whereas Biden is saying that he is trying to de-risk America from China. So between the two of them, former President Trump has gone ahead and said he's going to put on more tariffs in China. He's going to also put 10% tariffs on all other goods. But how will this affect the US economy, and will that in any way affect global
markets in terms of how they interact with the United States is something that US businesses are concerned about. And while they accept the fact that the first round of tariffs actually shifted supply chains out of China, pushing companies to relocate, and that got more important during the COVID, how will that affect now remains a question mark for them, but they are building strategies on how to, bypass these tariffs. What is of importance to note here is Mexico, which again goes to elections this year in June, and would elect its first women president. But Mexico is actually looking at these shifting changes and looking at Trump's views on China very importantly, because it is trying to promote itself as the country where all these supply chains could be based in. What is interesting is China is also looking at Mexico. A lot of Chinese companies are setting up their manufacturing bases in Mexico. And also Chinese freight is now coming into Mexico and then taking rail or road travel from Mexico into the United States to bypass these travel, which in turn has actually spurred a lot of the companies which are invested in rail and road. So it's a mix of things which are happening. Some are actually benefiting from it, some are not benefiting from it. The second issue that comes from all of this is that you would find that Biden administration, when it came into power, a lot of people thought that he would remove the tariffs that Trump had put in. He has not done that. The White House had implemented a review of the tariffs, the results of which still are not available. They've said that they will give it in May, but it's most likely it will not even come out in May. What you would notice is that Biden administration has actually increased other restrictions on China, especially on high technology. And this has meant that the companies, the Biden administration, through its various laws and etc., are pushing for more critical companies to be established, invested in the United States. However, you find that this messaging, unfortunately, has not been able to come across to the public very well. And in conclusion, the last issue that I put forward before you, with respect to the election campaigns, but not really an election issue, is the emerging technology sector, especially AI. Now, these elections results would, significantly shape the AI regulation, privacy norms, platform governance in the United States, because the US is one of the leading developing countries which right now does not have a strategy towards deployment of AI and such technologies within the civilian sector or within the military sector. So the next president is essentially going to lay the foundations of where the United States is going to go in terms of norm setting in these areas. The second factor is the use of AI in terms of misinformation, misleading information, and how it will influence these election results, because it has been found that AI-generated content is much cheaper to make. It looks much real. It actually gets you to engage with it. And with all of this happening, where does that push the public? Because if it clicks on a link which takes it to something which looks like an authentic website and gives out misinformation, where would the voting patterns shift? And as was pointed out, the Latinos are shifting. A majority of them are shifting towards the Republican Party. They use some of these platforms such as WhatsApp, private chats, telegrams, which are not being regulated, or security agencies don't have access to them. And this is not just related to the overall population in America. So how is technology going to also affect election results, especially when it's going to be a very tight race? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Stuti Banerjee. Our next speaker, again, is Dr. Anshu Joshi, is a doctorate in diplomacy and studies of the School of International Studies, is currently teaching at our center, and her expertise is on global security, foreign policy, bioterrorism and counterterrorism, geopolitics. She'll be speaking to us on environmental issues in US elections.
Thank you, Chair, my fellow colleagues, Dr. Prakash, for organizing this wonderful conference. And my dear students, though I'm wearing blue, those who were present in the inaugural session must not forget that I was one of those 3 people who raised their hands in support of Trump. And the topic that I have chosen, on the other hand, would definitely put Trump into
gray areas,
I would say, or a gray spot. So we all are discussing since the morning different candidates and the issues that are going to impact the ongoing US presidential elections. And I have chosen the issue of climate change containment, which is not only a prioritized objective for United States of America, but it's a critical global objective as well. And we also should not forget that because it's the first presidential rematch after 1956, we have this opportunity to compare what, Trump did in context of this particular objective, and then what did Biden do when he became the second president of United States of America after Trump. Yeah, please open it. So when we look at the race of presidential elections in the United States of America, the key the priorities, they do not change. And we know that even when the Biden became president, his policies towards China, for that matter, terrorism, for that matter, West Asia did not deviate much from that of Trump. However, there is one major issue or the objective which is related to climate change containment. And here we see a disagreement in the policies and action plans or actions taken by both Trump and Biden. So that is why I've chosen this topic. And we all know that in past couple of years, a lot has changed in global politics. We know already it's a very complex world. And apart from causing a lot of devastation to unimaginable levels by COVID-19, it also played a crucial role in changing political, social, and economic situation scenario in the world. Russia-Ukraine war started. It's still going on. And if this was not enough, Israel-Hamas conflict also started. So, all these challenges, the US also has its own diversified array of issues on its national platter. But how would the things change when the president changes in the US remains a pertinent question. So when the Republican Biden took the oath as the 42nd president of United States of America, there were many apprehensions. I wrote a couple of articles at that point in time. And experts were asking to each other that how would be his regime and would we deviate from definitely that's what people were speculating that he would deviate from the policies of Trump. But many experts believe that more than the nature of the leader or his ideology or his party, it's the priorities of a nation, national interests of a nation that actually drives that leader to work. And that's what we saw in a case of Biden also. And then we saw that when we looked at what would he choose among his own ideology or his party's ideology, his own preferences, or the national priorities, he chose the national priority. And that's why we didn't see much deviation in terms of his policies towards China and the other matters, economic issues, and so on. So he tried to strike a balance. So from economic issues to like the debt crisis to unemployment to the gun lobby, we can find multiple such challenges for the national politics of US, and Biden did not look very much different when it came to all these issues. However, in case of this climate change containment at both national as well as global level,
it seems that Biden was radically different from Trump, and he disposed what Trump had proposed during his tenure as the president of US before Biden. And that's what I'm going to discuss today. So that's why I'm going to discuss the conceptual viewpoint, the climate change containment, a priority for the US, reversal of Trump's policies by Biden, looking at the issues multilaterally, and that's where I want to discuss India's voice in this discussion and definitely the conclusion. So this is what we have just discussed. When we look at the policy making level, it's an amalgamation of a nation's priorities and the nature of the leader with which a leader actually leads the nation. And then not much of the things changed when Biden became the US president from foreign policies point of view as well as from his economic policies point of view. And the key issue of climate change, wherein I would discuss in a couple of minutes next, how he disposed what Trump had proposed. So we all know that climate change is a priority not only for United States of America, but it's a global concern as well. It is one of the most discussed and concerned issues for the United States of America, and we know that it's different from weather. All of you must be knowing that climate is actually the average weather condition of a particular place that gets changed in many years due to the natural elements like variations in, sunlight and volcanic eruptions and forest fires and carbon dioxide emissions by humans and animals and so on. But in past many years, we have seen that this climate change, which was a natural phenomenon, has become a key critical concern for our survival because of modernization, very rapid industrialization and commercialization. So a combination of all these three has brought us to a point wherein climate change is happening with an unimaginable speed. So with a rapid climate change, entire humanity is under risk of multifaceted implications. For example, the World Bank has clearly warned that if climate change is not controlled, it will push 132 million people into poverty over the next 10 years. And it will reverse definitely all the efforts made not only at the unilateral or bilateral levels, but at the multilateral levels also from various multilateral platforms. So it is related to our food security, energy security, our existence. And it definitely affects the essentials of life, clean air, safe drinking water, adequate food and home. So WHO suspects that between 2030 and 2050, climate change is expected to cause approximately 250,000 additional deaths per year from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and other, diseases. So this direct damage definitely would cause to health conditions. And apart from that, definitely a big economic loss estimated between 2 to 4 billion USD every year by 2030. And also the high temperature rise would impact the ozone layer and other pollutants in the air that would definitely cause another diseases among people. So reducing carbon footprint, reducing emissions, promoting sustainable development right now is a priority for United States of America, as well as at a global level. We do see that how different countries are working to promote green and clean energy or for that matter sustainable development. So countries are trying to use techniques to recycle plastic, banning plastic, to minimize climate change. And definitely many countries are working on these objectives individually as well as multilaterally, as I just explained. But when we look at United States of America as a standalone element here, or as a standalone entity, it is not only one of the largest carbon emitters in the world. Its position is second right now in the world. It is also facing the consequences of climate change at national level. So by 2080 or 2090, it is speculated and there are reports that suggest that the temperature of United States of America is projected to increase between 3 to 12 degrees Fahrenheit. So just imagine we all have
we have started experiencing the impact of this climate change sitting here in New Delhi with a very small minutest change in like 0.00 levels. We see that what kind of temperature rises are we facing right now. Just imagine if the temperature rises to this kind of a level. So for US, it is kind of a priority right now. But despite stating that, when we compare Trump's administration with that of Biden's administration in this particular area, Trump definitely looks like weakening the efforts made by United States of America so far in this particular domain. And that is why it could be a reason Biden picked the issue of climate change since the time of his campaign last time itself. And he had come up with a strategy of prioritizing climate change containment through climate plan. So with this, I would like to share some facts and details with you all on Biden's viewpoint on climate change and what kind of policies did he reverse when he became the president after Trump. Trump's stand on climate change and what were the key differences. So when we look at Biden's viewpoint, as I said, since the time he started campaigning for US presidential elections last time, he was pretty clear that he would refocus on the burning global issue of climate change, which was flouted by Trump. And it was clear from Trump's decision of exiting out of Paris Climate Change Accord, which became a big news at that point in time. And we know that it's an international accord adopted at United Nations Climate Conference in Paris in December 2015. And it provides a global framework to prevent the climate change across the globe. More than 190 countries have signed the agreement so far. India is also a member of it to prevent the damaging impact of climate change globally. So apart from working in this particular direction, Biden, when he started his campaigns last time, he made it very clear that he would be stringent when it comes to the policies related to climate change and pollution control. So Trump actually withdrew US from this accord in late 2016, and he believed that because of this regulatory and financial points related to this accord, it would be a burden on the economy of United States of America. So the accord, he believed, would put US companies under unnecessary burden, which would result in financial loss of the US. So this was Trump's policy and this was his viewpoint. So when Biden joined as the new president of the US as the initial step to implement a well-defined and designed climate plan with which he had already, come up and he campaigned. He issued an executive order adding the US to the Paris Climate Change Accord again. So Biden disposed what Trump had proposed in the context of this particular area. And then Trump rolled back almost 150 climate-friendly regulations during his tenure. And he didn't come up with any climate change containment plan during or after the campaigns. So when Biden became the president, he reversed this particular action of Trump, and he also announced a strategized plan of worth $2 trillion USD with many significant and ambitious action items related to climate change containment. For example, providing 100% clean electricity by 2035, though it sounds very ambitious, and achieving a net zero emission situation by 2050 in the US. That were the prime objectives for Biden. And then he also came up with a plan to start working in the direction of this complete removal or achieving of net zero emission by step-by-step reduction, finally reaching to zero level. So he also, when we look from this particular angle, he also started promoting renewable sources of energy, which were not promoted as such during Trump's administration. So Trump was of the belief that renewable sources of energy cannot power factories or for that matter big industries, but that's what we saw during the tenure of Biden when India pioneered this International Solar Alliance, and when India came up with Biofuel Alliance, Biden was one of the first key members who not only stood with India. Biden started working in this particular direction to promote renewable sources of energy in United States of America, and he also announced some green jobs that were related to
promoting youths in taking up jobs related to green and clean energy and starting their own enterprises. So that was also a change in the policies when we compare Trump's time and Biden's time. And then Biden, when he became the president, he actually reversed another very important action taken by Trump during his time. So actually, when Trump was the president, the pollution standards for vehicles were reduced and different other rules curbing air pollutants and poisonous harmful gases were enforced. So this weakened the climate plan, or this weakened this particular objective of climate change containment. So when Biden became the president, he reversed these actions taken by Trump. And apart from that, Biden also reversed the air quality standards set by Trump administrations, which were of very low levels. And Biden also revoked the Enfeeble Clean Air Act, which was made by Trump. So he also set up a committee to review many decisions and acts of Trump in this particular area, like exiting the international climate cooperation that weakened this climate change containment objective, fuel efficiency and air standards for vehicles, and more. Another very important key difference we can see is in the area of fracking. I'll take 2 to 5 more minutes. When we look at this particular area, what is fracking? I think most of you who belong to US studies know it was a significant matter related to fossil fuels. So Trump supported and implemented easy offshore drilling regulations and actively supported fracking, which is a drilling process to extract fossil fuels from the ground. So actually fracking or deep drilling in the ground, it actually involves injecting water mixed with chemicals with high pressure to get the fuels. So it's a highly polluting process and has always been a matter of debate between oil and gas producers and the environmentalists in the United States of America. So Trump definitely had realized that banning or minimizing fracking would not only suddenly increase the fuel prices in US, so there was a reason. He also knew that there would be economic implications, and then it may lead the US to import oil and gas despite being an exporter till now. So he didn't want to disturb the existing situation, especially the economic domain, and that is why Trump did not ban fracking. So Biden and his party definitely does not support fracking, but when he became the president, we see a change. Though he did not ban fracking completely, he minimized the process, and he clearly mentioned that new offshore drillings would be banned now, and the permits for fracking were provided only to the old companies or the enterprises that were involved in this particular process. So these were the key changes when we look at, or we compare Trump's regime with Biden's regime related to, climate change containment. So definitely for Biden's regime, climate change containment was a priority. But for Trump's regime, Trump actually put more focus on economic issues and, for that matter, trade and business. So here does the difference lie. And Biden's administration had already indicated that he would take all the moves to reverse the policies or the actions taken by Trump in this particular area. But then there were some challenges also that we can quote when we look at this issue multilaterally as well as nationally for United States of America. So for example, when Biden took the decision of putting tariffs on carbon imports that actually impacted developing nations apart from affecting the ongoing US-China trade war. And then though he did not promote fracking, but he didn't ban it completely either. So here, when we look at this particular objective of climate change containment multilaterally, we all know that what is going on in different COPs. We know what is India's stand when it comes to climate change containment, apart from the other like-minded nations. And here, we cannot negate what Biden did to contribute to this particular objective. But at the same time, we also should not forget that US is one of the biggest polluters of the world historically. And it always needed to be on the track of minimizing the emissions, containing climate change, and promoting green energy. And that's what it kept reiterating from various multilateral platforms. Just recall COP26 when our Indian Prime Minister clearly stated that fulfilling this prioritized objective is not only a responsibility of developing nations, but developed nations should also come forward and should take objectives in a justified manner. And that's where, when we look at where India stands on this issue, we do see a difference in Indian actions and the actions taken by United States of America so far. In COP28 also, India spoke about climate fund and climate justice. Climate justice is all about having a justified division of objectives related to carbon emissions among global North and global South nations. So that's where India keeps reiterating that all the developed nations, including United States of America, not only should take their objectives or the action plans in a very serious manner, but also should help the developing and underdeveloped nations with funding, because that is a major issue when we look at this particular objective of climate change containment. So definitely the road ahead, both nationally and internationally, for United States of America, when I look from this particular point of view or this objectives point of view, it is definitely tough. But to conclude, all I have to say is that it is a prioritized, and it should be a prioritized objective for not only for United States of America, but for all of us. And it's evident that while Trump gave a priority to trade and business, Biden's administration worked on strengthening the norms and regulations in the spheres of protecting land and water bodies, containing and preventing air, water, and soil pollution, minimizing carbon emissions, regulating toxic chemicals, and upholding the biodiversity to ensure climate change can be contained efficiently at the national as well as global levels. So hence, whosoever wins the elections definitely would take this particular agenda in a different way. And that is why I've chosen this topic, because when I look at other domains, for example, China, I don't find much of the difference in the policies of both the presidents. But this was the area wherein I could see that there was a lot of difference when we try to compare the policies of both Trump and Biden. So whosoever wins will definitely impact this particular area predominantly. Thank you.
Thank you really very much, Dr. Joshi. Now, before I hand it over to our discussant, just a few points, please bear with me. I just wanted to point out that, what has struck me about these presentations, that it involves US elections involve a lot of rhetoric, then there is reality, and of course, perceptions. And I think Dr. Ray has brought it out very beautifully well in his presentation, whether perception or point of view of, be it the host, be it the immigrants, assimilation, integration, whatever it may be. But on immigration, I think even the democratic thinking seems to be shifting. That is something that I have gained from these presentations. And perhaps, Samajit, we can agree that it is becoming a nightmare from either point of view. You see? So, of course, given the volume of illegal migration, right? And the PPF poll, I think, of February of this year, 2024, had stated that only 50% had supported the idea of welcoming immigrants to the US, as against 66% in 2021. So the support for immigrants on the whole is declining. Okay. And so continuing, I think, Pratita, just a couple of points there as well. What struck me again was that the issues for Latino voters are not very different, because what you were pressing or emphasizing was on economy. And I think that is, but at the same time, you did state that the Latino vote is diverse. I mean, but the issue is again focusing on the economy. I mean, of course, so for example, Cuban Americans would be more Republican than others. And
most generally, again, you stated that, are usually democratic, but even Democrats are now worried about their votes because both Black and Hispanic support for Biden is not a sure thing. And I think I should mention out here that the Conservative Political Action Conference, which took place in February 2024, very interestingly had invited Javier Milei, the populist right-wing from Argentina, and Nayib Bukele. He calls him from El Salvador, calls himself the coolest dictator. And it's just to show the growing alliance and support for Republicans. Saying that Latinos are generally given to being more conservative, they believe in faith, they believe in family, etc. Okay. Again, on foreign policy issues, I think while Trump's weakness really resides in his foreign policy statements, even I think within his party, but again, even for Biden, his support on foreign policy issues has been declining. I think you were talking about be it Israel, be it Ukraine. I'm not going to go into the details. I mean, people are generally not very happy on foreign policy issues. And of course, you brought in China, AI, role of AI, etc. And on climate change and environment, while Gallup polls say that very few respondents do consider climate change as important. I think it was only 5%. But again, there is consideration that it has an impact on elections and in the past elections. And I think it is increasing. The importance of climate change is increasing over the years, even if the polls don't reflect it. So I think I'm going to stop there and I'm going to introduce our discussant very, very briefly. Dr. Manish Sharma. He has a PhD again in US studies and an expertise in UN foreign policy, domestic politics, and emerging geopolitics of the United States in the Indo-Pacific region. Amongst others, he is also the honorary director of the Kalinga Institute of Indo-Pacific Studies. Dr. Turangam, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's indeed a pleasure and honor to be introduced by my teacher. So I was sitting amidst people who taught me ABC of American politics and my seniors. Anything that I would say, I'll finish this in 4 minutes so that we can have a discussion. Anything that I would say from here would be a repetition of what has been said since morning. So I won't do that. I will briefly speak for 1 or 2 minutes and then jump to the questions that I will ask to each of the speakers. That's why lunch was given to me, ask one question each to the speakers. So I'll speak from anecdote. As a rookie young academic, spending some time in the Midwest of America, in the University of Cincinnati in Ohio, anyone who has studied elections in 2016 would know that, that region, Rust Belt economies of the US was really important in Trump's election to the White House. Two things happened on the midnight or the wee hours of 8 and 9 November, which is that Trump got elected in the US and Prime Minister Modi introduced demonetization in India at the same time. The next day was my birthday. And just when I was thinking that I would have a lot of friends coming over, joining me for coffee, only 3 students from the political science department turned up and said that the rest were either crying in their rooms or either so disappointed they had gone to their home states. So that was the situation in the University of Cincinnati. So Hindi mein bolte hain sannata, quietness. So it made me think. It made me think a lot. And the first question that I asked myself that how many friends do I have in the US who voted for Trump? How many people do I know who are from the right-wing conservative group? And then led me to another question that am I in an echo chamber in that sense? Only interacting and having friends from the left liberal campuses of the United States. And which is why I think I got it so wrong in 2016 elections as many other people in the US and other parts of India. Now that brings me to one important thing. Since morning, we have heard different sorts of people. We started with a with former diplomats, right? We are having scholars who study the United States, the region, talking about the importance of this election. And just this morning, I read a news report from Nat Silver. Anyone who studies the US knows that he is the only guy who got it quite right in 2016, according to his number games. So, how are we trying to understand US elections as student of American politics? I think that's the question that I leave young students with. That are we trying to play number games and trying to predict who is going to win the election? Are we, as our teachers are doing, trying to explain the nuances of how Americans vote? What is the meaning of the issues that we are dealing with? Are we trying to get something from the anecdotes and experiences of people who have served in the United States and maybe have had the first rings, inside the ring view of what has really happened, particularly in this bilateral relationship and not so much in the nitty-gritty of American politics. So I think what we are going through since morning and as we leave at 5 p.m., I think what we should take back is to think very hard about how to think, how to write, and how to teach about US politics. I think that, and how do we combine all of these things that we are bombarded with every morning? Either number games trying to predict who is going to win, either Nat Silver telling Biden, step down before the national convention or you are going to lose to Trump, or either as the election progresses towards November, all vernacular channels and Hindi channels and English news channels are going to be flooded by experts on US politics. How do we make sense of this election? With that, I will one thing. I was very happy to see that American politicians, for a change, are not blaming and playing the politics of fear, or blaming Indians and Chinese for stealing jobs from Americans. Now they are blaming artificial intelligence of stealing jobs from Americans. So coming to the quick questions, may not be related to what you presented. To Dr. Ray, sir, of course. Sir, I know Biden, many people even don't talk about the fact that he's a Catholic. So from the time when JFK had to go before the Catholic and say that I am a candidate of the Democratic Party running for president who happens to be a Catholic, to the Catholicism of Biden not being even discussed. What change are we seeing, sir, from then to now? Is religion still a part of American politics? If so, how and why? And if not, why not? Dr. Kashyap, and maybe to the chair also, I think my question is rather, could you throw us a bit of light on how seriously is elections of US watched in Latin American countries? Right. Dr. Banerjee, my question to you is not on the structural changes, rather, but I would say, if Trump returns, what changes do you see in the bureaucratic structure of American foreign policy? Because we remember that during Trump administration, we didn't even have an assistant secretary of South Asia and Central Asia for quite long. They were handling it from the NSC. So, do you see any change in terms of not the usual stuff that you see, the degrading of State Department, of course, right? And I think the question that I wanted to ask Dr. Joshi has already been addressed by Matt on how, when people don't understand even the science of climate change, how climate change really enters the voting patterns of America. Thank you so much, and thanks for the opportunity.
First thing, may I just answer because I have an answer.
I am now going to open up the floor because we are eating into our tea time. And we don't want to be late for the next session, which is going to be very important. So if anybody has any pointed questions before I ask each one of the speakers to respond.
You were referring tracking technology, the technology which has made US the highest exporter of oil, right? So how can a country to basically colonize all Middle East country and getting that technology. And there is a difference which you are referring from Democratic Party to Republican Party. How that is possible, and what if you can give any examples by which you can say that there is differences on fracking technology, because it's basically put US on the top.
Yes, Nivedita, and then that's it. Last questions. Yeah.
My question is, how did Donald Trump judicial appointment shape the shape the federal judiciary and impact the legal proceeding? And does it have any impact on the election? So it's like an old history question, but does it have impact for the election?
Okay. So let's start with the speakers. Do you want to go first?
I don't know, I can, so that I can just online.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Manish, for asking me this question so that I can clarify. Because when Dr. Singh was speaking, then I could make out. See, it's a key issue. It is one of the key issues for United States of America, but not every an issue for like changing the voting pattern of voters. I mean, it is a national priority for the nation. And while looking at the issues, actually, I picked up this one because I can see a stark difference in what Trump did during his tenure and how he deviated from what Obama did to climate change related action plans. And then what, when Biden came back, what did he do? So that is why I picked this issue as an issue for United States of America. So I mean, please consider this particular issue from the angle of prioritized objectives for United States of America. Definitely, a general awareness has to be created among people, because a general voter who goes to for voting purpose will definitely look at the food security, or for that matter, job and such kind of things as a priority for himself or herself. But I picked up this issue as a priority for the nation. I mean, what are the different objectives for United States of America that fall in that list? Second question was asked by Chandan. Fracking, as I said, it's a significant process related to extracting fossil fuels, and that's what I said, Chandan, when I was explaining that why. I mean, there was an issue of related to banning this process because it is a highly polluting process. And right now there is no alternative available. Some alternative technologies and the scientists are working towards that direction. But when Trump was the president, that's what he knew, that if technology bans fracking, it would impact this oil and gas industry of United States of America, and would then definitely will have ramifications on employment, and at the same time on the economy of United States of America. So he didn't ban it. But then what did Biden do? Biden came into the power. He did not ban it completely. What did he do? He simply stopped the new enterprises or new companies from using this particular process. So that's where the difference is.
So,
yeah, you say something.
So, to address Monish's question, whether religion has ceased to be involved. No, of course, religion has not ceased to be involved. But in 1916, Protestants overall were very suspicious about Catholics, because Catholics, especially Irish Catholics, because they were a divided lot, and they were known as atheists. The suspicion was that they listened to the Pope more than the English Constitution. So they had to go to the evangelical pastors and tell them that he's not going to listen to the Pope, he's going to have to abide by the Constitution. See, now what is important is not Catholic or Protestant. What's important is Christian. So if this has changed, see, large number of all these Hispanics, the overwhelming majority of them are Catholic. And that is why Catholicism has become the largest Christian denomination in America today. Not because there is a sudden love for Catholic faith, because of this enormous, immigration of Hispanics. Now, the Protestants learn to live with it, And one thing, and this prejudice that was there in 1960 is not there anymore. It's not that they started loving Catholicism or the Catholics. And one thing that one example that I want to give you is one of the principal Republican ideologues, former Speaker Newt Gingrich. He is a convert to Catholicism. So when I say that at one point of time, Catholics were regarded as Catholics means liberal, Catholic means liberal, that thing is not there anymore. So you can be Catholic and at the same time you can subscribe to the Republican ideology, the Republican that acceptability as it is. Now it is important to be Christian. Because there are so many non-Christians all over America, that is regarded as a threat. So this fight between Catholics and Protestants is to an extent history now. As far as your question is concerned, see, all presidents indulge in something known as fact the court. So when I say court, it means the Supreme Court. President use that term, but all presidents do it. Now, if there is a conservative court, at present there is, and the majority of the judges are conservative, including the Chief Justice. And some people even go to the extent of using the term God's court. So, if any judicial appointment in America is ideology, it is nothing else. Indians will have difficulty understanding this, but in America it is always ideology. Whether it is a Democratic president, he will appoint someone who is a Democrat. A Republican president will appoint someone who is a Republican. So if there are conservative judges more, so naturally the political opinion the court will try to mold for a political opinion through those verdicts. For example, Roe versus Wade has been taken out. Fine. I look forward to a day when the Respect for Marriage Act will be taken out. So I mean, we're waiting for that. That is gay marriage or whatever. So that's my opinion. So thank you for your question, both of you. And one thing I cannot help but add to that's a job to presentation. She's talking about climate change. I don't know to what extent President Biden has been able to contribute to climate change. One thing I'm really sure about that he has contributed to worsening the political climate. And it's now beyond by his inaction in matters like immigration. Suddenly they open up and he try to, I mean, it is an issue that can go against him. So I'll always focus that I remember. Thank you very much for your questions.
Very quickly, because I can but I'll just say that these elections are being watched very seriously, and Preeti has already talked about how two presidents have been there. Mexico, highly, they are highly involved in what is going to be the outcome. Naturally, because of the immigration issue that they have this USMCA pact. Venezuela, of course, it's trying to gain some credibility or some legitimacy. Brazil, of course, because Bolsonaro, when he was to demit power, he had got asylum in the United States. He was called the Trump of the Tropics. So Brazil is very Lula is very watching. Yeah, of course, with the historical differences related to drug control, and they have Argentina, yes, Milei has already visited that country. Central American countries are also very keen on looking at the outcome, because when Kamala Harris became the vice president, she had gone to the Central American republics and announced the relief package, because Biden believed that we have to, plug the source of immigration, and she had given some aid packages. She had announced. What happens to that, we don't know, because I did not follow it up. So Central America is also very keen in that. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the question. Very simple answer. I think the situation we are in today, when if he does come back with us, come back with our Firstly, Asia per se, if I look at the entire region, is become very important for him. Second, you have to realize he's the one who popularized the entire concept of Indo-Pacific. So it's not now push it in through the State Department would kind of not be in his favor. He's big into, I started this is my idea. So he will take it forward. So I don't think we would have the same kind of lethargy in the bureaucracy. I would say actually there would be a little bit more of a focus because overall the US bureaucracy is concerned about China. You have Taiwan, you have North Korea, you have Russia coming in. So the entire situation per se, and then you have, if I can pull it down more, you have Australia and New Zealand, which are also looking up towards these maritime areas with concern. So together, while he might not want a lot of attention on the region, South Asia is within the US bureaucracy going to continue to get attention. And if I may just add on your question on the judiciary, while I agree with Professor Ray, the US Supreme Courts are the presidents appoint judges, they're appointed for life. So it's not necessary that the next president would appoint judges to the Supreme Court. So the ideology of the president does come into play when they are picking a candidate for the Supreme Court, because that also has the judicial nomination goes through the approval of the Congress. That is why the current US Supreme Court is conservative. It has a number of, it has tried to, challenge a number of set norms there. The abortion law is one. But you also have to keep in mind, while the Supreme Court is conservative, the state courts not necessarily are. So while the Supreme Court might have an issue on terms of a certain law, such as abortion, state laws tend to differ from that. So in states, you have then the Republican and Democrat states then go into different, in terms of how much freedom you have for abortion, gay rights, etc., etc. So it's a complicated issue in terms of what is happening in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think I should thank all the speakers for their wonderful presentations. I'd just like to add a line to what Aprajita has said, so I'll be very quick. Yes, Latin Americans watch the elections with great excitement, but once the presidents are elected, then comes the disappointment. So I think a big round of applause for the speaker. And thank you, everyone. I think we are having going for tea or yeah, we could probably.
Now we have certain for the guest speakers.
Yes. Yes, okay, so that takes up time. Presence. Okay, so Dr.
because I have been giving this short brief. Otherwise, I have a few pages on her with me.
Things are short.
If you are a foreign service officer and you want to have the idea of an illustrious career, I tell you, Honorable Meera Shankar personifies that illustriousness. A distinguished career. All through. 73 batch. She has had several important assignments during her career. She was ambassador to US, and she also served as Minister of Commerce from 1991 to 1995 in Washington, D.C. Prior to 2009, she had served as India's ambassador in Germany. Then she was promoted as to the rank of additional secretary in 2003. Very fast, from 73 to 2002. In a span of some 30 years, she was additional secretary. She held the responsibility at the United Nations and International Security. She was director in the PMO as Minister of Commerce and Industry, and had two important divisions, namely SAARC and then Bhutan, Nepal division. What more should it be? It is sheer joy, a privilege to have you with us, madam. Especially in an evening like this, where young scholars are wishing to understand what is happening in the United States. No better person than you who can ask the subject of this seminar.
The race for the White House.
Race for the White House. And then candidates and their campaigns, party presidential campaign 2000 and perspectives from India. Please, I'm very eager to hear you on this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nafri. You've been very effusive in your welcome and your praise. Let me begin by saying that, the students have had a full day today listening to this very subject from a range of speakers. So it may be that some of the things that I say, is the mic not working?
Yes.
Concentrate.
Oh, that works.
Yeah, both. Well, it may be that what I say is a bit repetitive, but it's in the nature of the subject, because even though it's a limited subject, the outcome is something which is going to impact the world for good or ill. It will impact the United States, and it may impact many of your lives based on the kind of immigration policies that emerge from this race. So I suppose it bears a bit of repetition. Let me begin by saying that this race is quite unique. This presidential race is quite unique. Firstly, there doesn't seem to be much enthusiasm in the American public for either of the two candidates, likely candidates, former President Donald Trump and current President Joe Biden. Nevertheless, I think there is a sense that there are major issues at stake. And I think both sides will now try to make their case. In recent years, I think political polarization in the US has been very sharp. And we have seen an inability to work across the aisle and reach bipartisan consensus. Having said that, I think the candidates today both are old. Trump is 77, Biden is 81, and that's a factor, I think, which influences the public in terms of not being that interested. There's nothing new on the horizon, which would spark that level of curiosity or that level of interest amongst the voting population. Yes, I think Trump's followers do have that kind of, what could I say, intensity with which they support him. And I would basically say that he's not like a political, he's more like a cult figure. You know, you've seen some of those religious cult heroes which periodically, dot the firmament in the United States. Supporters see them as incapable of doing any wrong. Then I think that Trump today has that kind of following, not in the United States across the board, but in the Republican Party, particularly the right wing of the Republican Party. If we see, he has, in a sense, made traditional Republican conservatives redundant in the political spectrum of the US today. He has upturned most of Republican traditional positions. If you take a look at the issues, traditionally, the Republicans have been the party which favored free trade, which favored economic liberalization, which really favored, a market-led economy and less government intervention in the economy, traditionally against protectionism, at least in recent years. Not if we go back to distant history, because during the time of the Civil War, actually, the Republicans were the ones, because they were ruling in the federal government, who wanted high tariffs, as the North was industrializing, while the South, which was largely an agrarian economy based on slaves, was used to the import of luxury goods from Europe and wanted low tariffs. So while most of the time the Civil War is posited as a war to abolish slavery, I think one of the major underlying factors was this difference in the economies between the South and the North. And at that time, the Republicans were the party who abolished slavery. And they were the ones who were seeking protection through high tariff walls by way of domestic infant industry protection so that their industrial base could grow. But in recent years, after Reagan and then Margaret Thatcher and the whole liberal free market approach of the Republican Party in the US and the Tories, or the Conservatives in the UK, the Republican Party had come to be known as the party for free trade, for economic liberalization, for less protectionism. Now, Donald Trump actually, during his last campaign, turned that on its head. He said that basically free trade agreements have worked against America, that it is the other countries who have benefited and have, taken a free ride on America. They don't play fair, whereas America has suffered as a result of these free trade agreements. So he wanted to renegotiate NAFTA, and he walked out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a free trade agreement which had been negotiated by the Obama administration as part of its overall swivel towards the Asia Pacific, because that policy had different components. It had a military component, it had a political, diplomatic component, and it had an economic component. And this Trans-Pacific Partnership was intended to be part of the economic component of this whole pivot towards the Asia Pacific, now called the Indo-Pacific, which the Obama administration had initiated. So Trump walked out of that. And then he implemented, fairly a strong trade action against Chinese imports, basically saying that China plays unfair in its trade with the United States. So I think he imposed a tariff of 20 or 25% across the board on all Chinese imports up to $200 billion. And beyond that, of course, no. But these tariffs have been continued by Biden. Then I think the second thing he did was to basically say he'll walk out of NAFTA unless Mexico and Canada agree to renegotiate it. And that was renegotiated, for terms more favorable to the United States. So trade went, in completely the reverse direction. Secondly, the Republicans had been strong on security and their traditional security alliances in Europe, with NATO being the bedrock of the post-World War Western security architecture put in place by the United States. But Trump, during his last campaign, said that he would downgrade NATO. In fact, this time he has gone a little beyond, saying that NATO also free rides on US coattails because European countries don't spend enough on their own defense. And the objective that has been set is that all countries should spend up to 2% of their GDP, or at least 2% of their GDP on defense, so that the US burden for NATO is less. Now, most European countries have increased defense spending, particularly after the war in Ukraine. But still, there are many who don't meet this 2% spending. So Trump, when asked in a question, whether the US would come to the aid of a NATO country which does not spend 2% of its GDP on defense or doesn't meet its spending goals for NATO, he said no. And he said, I would encourage Russia to do whatever it wants with that country. So I think NATO is getting ready to actually assume more responsibilities in Europe in the event that Trump were to come to power, because this reduces the credibility of the US deterrent vis-a-vis Russia in NATO, because it is that if one country is attacked, the security of all countries is threatened, and therefore, NATO will come to the aid of any NATO member which is under attack or under threat. Now, what Trump has said, erodes one of the fundamental principles of NATO. And basically, as somebody said, makes it like a protection racket. You pay up or else, So that's the second major element of policy that Trump has changed. The third was on climate change, because Obama had made it a prestige issue and a very important part of his global agenda to work out a deal on climate change. And, the talks in Paris, the Paris Climate Agreement was one of the significant achievements of the Obama administration, even though countries did not commit to a specified path, they committed to a goal of keeping global temperature increases, below 2.5 degrees centigrade, above pre-industrial levels. Now, I think that goal has already been reached this year. So I don't know how we are going to be placed. And there are projections that average global temperature increases could be 3% or more in the long run, unless countries are able to act faster. Trump walked out of the Paris Agreement. Bush had done that earlier. George Bush Jr. had done that earlier with the Kyoto Protocol. So in this, he was not overturning Republican positions, but he was overturning a committed US government policy. And Republican position on climate change has been that it is a conspiracy and that no global warming is taking place. There's no irrefutable data which proves that this is happening. And they are largely also funded by the oil majors, the energy companies, fossil fuel energy companies who have the most to lose if renewable energy replaces fossil fuels. And that is the way of the future. That's the way the global economy is trending, though at a much slower pace than needed. And if we take a look at Trump's positions today, then of course he had put the ban on immigration from Muslim countries, which was challenged in a court and was not upheld by the court. This time round, many of these themes recur in his agenda. You see, last time also, whereas Obama had been the candidate of hope and of optimism, Trump basically was the candidate of hatred and fear. These are the two emotions that he tried to tap into and fuel during his last campaign with barely concealed dog whistles to racism. And today, he has made immigration a major plank of his campaign. And in this, he's assisted by the fact that the immigration policy of the Biden government has been widely criticized. I think it's been criticized by progressive Democrats for not doing enough to be liberal, and it's been criticized across the board for letting in unmanageable levels of immigration, in illegal immigration, apart from the legal immigration. So in December, for instance, December 2023, the monthly figure for illegal immigration was 250,000. It's a huge number for the United States. And what has happened is that many of the conservative states like Texas, which border Mexico, they're taking the illegal immigrants and they are pushing them, they're busing them on to New York, to Chicago, Democratic-led cities, or San Francisco, which have declared themselves as sanctuary cities. This is a traditional position. So they provide, stay facilities to illegal immigrants, refugees, while their asylum claims are being processed. Now, what has happened is that the levels of illegal immigration have outpaced the capacity of these cities to handle the issue. And you have people on the streets, you have people in tents, and so this has become a very major concern. And Trump, of course, always, projects the illegal immigrants as criminals, as rapists, and murderers, and so on. So he creates that sense of fear about immigration, even though, again, the Republicans have traditionally been a little more liberal on immigration, at least lower level immigration, because it provides low-paid jobs for the rich, domestic workers, gardeners, and so on. But this is a very different kettle of fish. And part of this, if you look at the longer term, trends, both in the UK and in the US, I mean, what is Trump's slogan? Take our country back, And in the UK, again, take our country back with Brexit. much of this is a fear of demographic decline and by the whites, and the concern that their political and economic dominance within their systems may no longer be assured in the future. Now, it's not a near future. This is fear mongering. It's if it would be like way 2 decades or so hence, we don't know. But this issue of greater diversity in the populations in the UK and the US have led to these movements which seek to reassert white supremacy through the election of candidates who make the rolling back of immigration a major issue. Trump has said he will undertake the largest deportation program in history if he is elected this time in the presidential election. He will set up detention camps at the border, and he will use the National Guard also. He wants to do away with citizenship by birthright, which is at present a law in the US. You don't have to be, of US heritage. If you are born in the United States, you get citizenship. He wants to do away with that. And I think what is of more concern to us in India is that he also wants to tighten avenues of legal migration. So he would clamp down on, I suppose, student visas. He also already had clamped down on H-1B visas during his last term, making it more difficult for our IT and software service companies to take workers from or experts from India and forcing them to basically open offices in the US or Mexico with American workers, thereby pushing up their costs, because the wage cost or the lower wage costs have been part of the key element of India's competitive advantage in this sector. So he did make it quite difficult for our IT companies with his tightening up of the visas. And this time he promises to do it far more and to clamp down on avenues for legal migration as well as illegal immigration. So that could be an issue for our companies looking into the future if he's elected. The second major issue, of course, that he talks about, he doesn't really talk about major issues. He does on the economy. He has promised to put, heavier punitive tariffs on China. Pretty wild statements on many issues. I don't know if he'll be able to implement that. But here you see a continuity, because in America, by the end of Obama's term, you saw that the US had started getting more concerned about China and the competition from China. And so here you see a continuity, though Trump was the first to focus on that in such a concentrated way. You've seen that Biden has continued the tariffs imposed by Trump on China and has also imposed sanctions on export of semiconductors, semiconductor components, semiconductor technologies, chips, and even on third countries which use US inputs. Without a license, without a US license from the Department of Commerce, even the third countries cannot export to China any chip technology which has US components. So Japan, Korea, Israel, all would be covered under this, and of course Taiwan, under this these sanctions. So here you're seeing an element of continuity and a consensus, but there's been a bit of difference also because the Biden administration, embroiled as it is in funding the war in Ukraine and now in Israel, has been keen to stabilize the relationship with China, even as they put in place the mechanisms for balancing China. So they have resumed a dialogue with China. And if you read their policies, they say that they will, they say we will constrain. They talk about Russia as an immediate threat because of its invasion of Ukraine, and they will do whatever it takes to constrain Russia. They talk about China as the only, country which has both the intention and capability of posing a serious challenge to the US in the long run, in the medium to long run. But they don't talk about constraining China. They talk about out-competing China. They say we will compete with China and we will out-compete them where it matters. But at the same time, we don't want an inadvertent conflict with China. So restarting military to military dialogue, ensuring that there are no unexpected incidents at sea. These have become very much part of the Biden administration agenda with China. And they also talk of cooperating with China on global issues such as climate change, dealing with pandemics, non-proliferation, terrorism. So it's a more nuanced policy on China than the Trump administration's, but bringing with it elements of continuity on the economic front, and also in terms of the institutions that Biden has put in place now with raising the Quad summit. He's raised the Quad to summit level, given it the kind of weight that previous presidents hadn't. And so a more focused effort to build friends and allies and to build coalitions which would help to balance China within Asia, and an effort to bring their partners in Europe on board with regard to policies on China. So a more sophisticated, more nuanced approach on China, but the core element of competition and seeing it as a strategic competitor remains. Trump, of course, is talking wildly. We'll impose 200% tariffs and so on. I don't know whether any of that could be really, done. But certainly, I think the effort to put the squeeze on China economically is likely to continue. On the economic policy side, there's a vast difference between the two candidates. If you see today, Biden, in the first 2 years of his administration, 21 and 22, actually managed to get through a fair amount of bipartisan legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Act. Fairly substantive amounts of money were given for building infrastructure, for providing relief to Americans from the economic downturn of the COVID. And also the infrastructure bill contained, I think, some $300 billion or more, perhaps $360 billion for spending on renewable energies and for reducing carbon emissions. So though Biden could not get through a separate bill on climate change and on new technologies, green technologies, he was able to get a section of the Inflation Reduction Act as part of it. But he hasn't got the credit he deserves for the economy because inflation went very high. Post-COVID, I think in June 22, inflation was over 9% in the US. Now, for a population which has been used to almost zero, very low rates of inflation, in recent years and interest rates which were very low. I think this has been a major concern for the US public, which has felt, insecure in terms of purchases of food and housing or medical attention. So this has been a major downside for Biden. But by now, inflation has been reducing. It's softened. I think it's now actually below. It's below, I think, 3% or something now. But according to the Federal Reserve, they still want to. They're still a little hesitant because there's stickiness about core inflation, which concerns them. So everybody is waiting for when the Federal Reserve is going to reduce interest rates. Probably some say June, July, some say September. Of course, it would help Biden if it is June, July, and it kicks in at that stage. The other thing is that unemployment levels have fallen to the lowest level. They are 3-point-something%, and real wages have increased, including at the bottom rung. Plus, the US economy now looks like it could have a soft landing despite the tight monetary policy of the Fed, because growth has been unexpectedly high in the last 2 years. So Biden should get credit for that economic management. He'll have to make a stronger case than he has done so far, because most American voters still put the economy as their number one concern. I think their number one concern is also the age, Biden's age, 81. So there's concern, about his abilities to be all there and to last also till the end of his term. And also, about Trump. But Trump now promises that he had introduced a major tax overhaul during his first term, which cut corporate taxes to 25%, to 22%, sorry, and also reduced personal income tax on a temporary basis. The corporate tax reductions were permanent. The personal income tax reductions, including for the highest slabs, were temporary and give over in 25. Now, Trump wants to extend those tax cuts permanently. Biden, again, has a more nuanced policy on the tax cuts. He wants to extend the tax cuts for those families who earn jointly less than $400,000 or singly earn $450,000. And he also wants to increase the corporate taxes to 28%. He wants to introduce a minimum corporate tax, and he wants to fund the deficit by increasing taxes on the ultra wealthy. So there would be, higher taxes which would kick in for people who have incomes above $1 million, including, taxation at normal levels for investments and capital gains, which was taxed at a lower rate, and premium for ultra high net worth individuals by way of tax. This, he claims, would help to bring down the deficit and would be responsible financial stewardship, because it would bring extra money into the kitty and ensure that the US has more to spend. On some areas, I think there's a kind of convergence in the economic policy, and this is with regard to bringing, of course, Trump is more for deregulation, including in the digital economy, where he's allowed the IT majors to get away with, a free-for-all kind of regime in a little annotation in the new NAFTA agreement, but Biden wants to put curbs or at least have a policy with regard to how the IT majors, technology majors can use your private data or sell it or what they do with it. Because at the moment, there's very little by way of, safeguards in terms of your data, which all these companies are collecting. But on bringing back manufacturing to the US, I would say both Trump and Biden would be on one page. Again, if we look at climate change, there's a vast difference. Trump will again walk out of the Paris Agreement with Biden rejoined, and he will overturn all the legislation that Biden, or even the executive regulations that Biden has put in place to promote reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and to encourage newer technologies, renewable energy technologies. After all, the US now has made a commitment for net zero by 2040 under the Biden administration. We can expect Trump to walk out of that. We can expect him to give licenses for oil exploration, including the Alaska pipeline, which has been a sore point with many environmentalists in the United States. So if Trump becomes president, I think the world can kiss the goal of net zero goodbye. And for many of us, we may also have to ponder about the future of our great-grandchildren, whether they will be able to survive or not. In terms of foreign policy, I think let's take the core issues where there is disagreement. Biden has strengthened NATO, said America is back in the world, tried to stabilize relationships with allies and strategic partners, both vis-a-vis Russia and vis-a-vis China. Trump had a go-it-alone approach, a much more isolationist approach, rather than a global approach to many of these issues. And we can expect the same. On Ukraine, Trump has said that he would stop funding Ukraine on day one, the Ukraine war on day one. And Republicans have already held up the $60 billion that Biden has put in the new budget bill, where he was seeking allocation for his border security as well. They have held up the bill in the House, and Trump is likely to do away with funding Ukraine. I've asked some of the European diplomats here, what are you going to do in the event that Trump is elected and he shuts the spigot with regard to Ukraine? I didn't see much of a shift in their approach, towards negotiations. They are getting ready to pick up some of the burden of funding. And you see, UK has signed a bilateral defense partnership with Ukraine. Germany has signed a bilateral defense partnership agreement with Ukraine. And Europe has agreed to fund $50 billion. I mean, I think it's still held up because of Hungary and one or two other countries. But I think at the end of the day, they may get it through. But I do hope that if the US has a rethink on funding, then Europe may also rethink and perhaps be more open to settling the issue through discussions. Maybe not, people have talked of not a peace deal, but maybe an armistice, as in Korea, with a dividing line and a demilitarized zone on either side, which could be defined and monitored, internationally monitored, while negotiations continue to find a more lasting solution. But these are just, at the moment, like those thought bubbles. No major leader has espoused this, except Trump, who says I could resolve the issue within, no time at all. So let's see on Ukraine, Trump may be a little more positive for the world, I would say, because it could lead to an end to the conflict. On Israel, Trump would be more aggressive than Biden in supporting Israel. So there, I don't see that any shift will occur. If at all, it would be to harden US policy with regard to Israel further. Biden, at least because of his constituency, is now feeling the pressure from Muslim Americans or liberal Americans about the humanitarian disaster in Palestine. In the nomination, in the contest, you saw in the states of Michigan and Minnesota that there was a protest vote against Biden, even though he was the only candidate on the ballot. None of the above garnered a fair amount of votes in both these states. I suppose for the Muslim Americans or other progressive Democrats, the dilemma would be that if Trump comes, he would have an even harder, more aggressive policy vis-a-vis Israel and would say they can do with the Palestinians what they want. So, I'm not sure that if push comes to shove, they would switch to the other side. But yes, it may impact if Biden is not able to mobilize them in getting them to come out and vote. On India, I would say both candidates would I think there's a broad consensus on the policy with regard to India, and the key convergence is dealing with an increasingly aggressive China within Asia, and of course the fact that India is going to be one of the key growth economies of the future, large economy with a burgeoning population and considerable scope for growth because our current per capita levels, GDP levels are still low in terms of our overall population. We are just at the lower middle income level. So the scope for growth is very high. I don't see either party changing that, but I do see some nuances because Trump would be far more arbitrary and unilateral with regard to economic policy. He did that last time. He imposed unilateral tariffs on India's steel imports. Then he withdrew GSP, which enabled some of our goods to get in with zero duties. He withdrew that. And then he took a dispute in the WTO about removing India's developing country status, which we no longer have. So all in all, and of course, on the H-1B visa issue, he was very, very, arbitrary and much more unreasonable on the policy. The other area where I think you may expect some turbulence is on the defense manufacturing, because Trump has always, even under his earlier presidency, the Defense Technology and Research Initiative, which Obama had signed with India, and where we were to look at jointly developing, producing, manufacturing technologies of interest to the two sides, really never took off because Trump, in the first few years, virtually killed it. With great reluctance, he allowed some meetings to take place and nothing substantive emerged. Now you have this agreement for GE building jet fighter engines for our aircraft, the Tejas Mark II in India, with perhaps 80% of technology transfer to HAL, which is the joint production partner. You're also looking at other areas we don't know how Trump will respond, because his basic approach has been, we should sell our weapons. Why do we give the technology to anyone else? So it's one of those things. I mean, they sold a lot of weapons to India under Trump, but the defense technology partnership was, at a stalemate. These are the two areas where I see a difference. With regard to China, if Trump is tough, I think the Indians would welcome it. With regard to Ukraine, if he's able to get the conflict to end, we would welcome it. On Israel, I don't know if India would take a very vocal position at all, because we've, basically supported Israel during this conflict, tried to balance it with some humanitarian assistance to Gaza. But only now we have spoken for a ceasefire. The US is now talking of a ceasefire, at least a 6-week ceasefire. Earlier, they were talking of a halt. And of course, Hamas wants a permanent ceasefire. The US under Biden is also talking of a 2-state solution, a more permanent solution to the Palestinian issue. I think there is also within India quite a degree of, I would say, enthusiasm for Trump in certain circles, because I think, they see him as being tough on China and as having been tough on Pakistan. And also, I think the anti-Muslim rhetoric appeals to certain segments within India. That's the only explanation I can give for his immense popularity, as though, he is our savior as well. So many people so invested in his victory, whereas I always keep saying that for India, given the fact that there's broad consensus on India policy, and the fact that we are not in a position to affect the outcome of elections in the US. The Indo-American vote is a small vote. And the Indo-Americans, like all Americans, are divided between the Democrats and the Republicans. More are Democrat. Over 60% traditionally vote Democrat. The rich Indians vote Republican. So yes, in certain constituencies where they are in a majority, they matter more. New Jersey, or maybe a few other, 1 or 2 others. But we are no position to impact the outcome of elections in the US. Therefore, the approach that India should follow is a neutral approach in the US elections. Keep a profile which doesn't seem to support either candidate, and work with whatever the outcome is to maximize and optimize the relationship to your benefit, because the US will be, for the future, a key development partner of India. Many people don't realize this. They're pretty wary about, the so-called US embrace, or India becoming too close to the US and losing its strategic autonomy. But I think beyond the strategic aspects, the US is the almost indispensable partner for India's economy. If you look at the growth of the Indian economy, then it is the segments of the new technology segments which linked up with the US companies and US economy, which triggered the growth in the Indian economy post 1991. And even today, 70% of our IT and software exports are to the United States. They are our largest partner by far. Similarly, in overall trade balance with the United States is in India's favor. Again, something which is not widely known. It is our largest single export market. That means India exports the maximum amount of goods to the US. And we have a trade surplus between 20 to 30 billion dollars with the US in any given year. It's not a very large trade surplus, but given the fact that there are so few countries with whom India has a trade surplus, it's a huge factor to be taken into account. So both in terms of technology upgradation, creating economic advantage and growing the Indian economy, I think the US is an important partner. And of course, the Indian American community in the US is an important bridge between the two countries. They've become politically more active. You can see the vice president is of part Indian origin. There have been two governors of states of Indian heritage. And today, I mean, Nikki Haley, the other Republican candidate who dropped out, was of Indian heritage. So was Vivek Ramaswamy. And they are also more active in funding both the political parties. So I would say that the Indian American community acts as a bridge between the two countries and would ensure also that the relationship really never falls below a certain level, irrespective of what the outcome of the election is in the United States. But we have to worry about the path that the United States could take. Now, I've talked about the issues that Trump will put on his agenda. Biden will fight on, democracy in peril and saving democracy from Trump. The January 6th attack on the Congress, plus the fact that in Trump's own ramblings, he has talked of increasing the authority of the president, and the president should have the authority to take all decisions. He has talked of remodeling the bureaucracy so that up till now, it's the upper bureaucracy, which is political. They are political appointees. But he wants to shift now even the middle and lower bureaucracy with loyalists. He wants to re-engineer what he calls the deep state, which has conspired against him. And of course, he wants to punish anybody. He's talked about retribution. There will be retribution against those who have conspired against me, etc. So you have to worry about the path that the US could take in the event of another Trump victory. In his first term, he was still a little hesitant, a little uncertain. Now he had the experience of one term. He could actually do a lot more damage to the fabric of democratic institutions within the US. And what that would mean in the long run is difficult to say. So even though we are not invested in the outcome as a country, in the sense it may not impact our relations, I think we need to be invested in terms of, potential derailment of democratic institutions, because I think the impact, the waves from that will flow around the world, and you will see actually huge changes taking place. So I think that's about it. Then there are third-party candidates. Oh, there's Marianne Williamson, who's also a candidate of the Democratic Party. She had dropped out, but she's come back, even though Biden has the number of seats for his nomination. And then there is Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's a Democrat, but is fighting as an independent and is an anti-vaccine activist. Then there is Jill Stein of the Green Party, and there's one more candidate. The question is, will they take away votes from Biden? Because last time when Jill Stein stood, I think she ate into the Democratic vote. So will these candidates take away more votes from Biden, or will they take away more votes from Trump. Say somebody like Robert Kennedy Jr., because of his anti-vaccine activism, could take away votes from both sides, from the Republicans who are anti-vaccine and also from the Democrats. So how these third-party candidates are going to impact the vote, we don't know. It's early days to make predictions about likely outcomes because it's seesawing. Last year, Biden was ahead in the polls. This year, Trump is ahead. Latest Ipsos Reuters poll shows Biden ahead by 1 percentage point. Then there's the question of the swing states, where Biden had swung the vote in his favor in several of them. And at the moment, it looks like Trump is ahead in most of the swing states. Biden is ahead perhaps in Wisconsin, but it's early days and we're going to see the process consolidate as the election process goes on. So you'll have a clearer picture, I think, once the conventions are held, nominations are clearly announced, and the campaign begins in right earnest. One interesting point is that Biden has raised almost double the amount of funds that Trump has, and from a very large number of people. So there are many, many people who have donated to the Biden campaign, which means that there are enough people, even though the polls show that his favorability ratings really haven't crossed 40, latest polls say 44%, but disapproval ratings are higher for both Trump and Biden. Still, the fact that so many people are willing to contribute also does say something, but it's too early to predict how things are going to turn out. It could end up willy-nilly, even without much enthusiasm, becoming a defining election for America's future. Thank you. Yes.
I might have been effusive, but I was not off the mark. Very comprehensive, in-depth analysis. What my colleague Aparajita, often she uses a word, a 360-degree view of the reality. You touched almost on any and every aspect that's going to shape the election and the post-election regime in United States, from ethnic groups to big money to war, Ukraine and others, and what does it mean for India? Thank you very much, madam.
Questions, if anybody has questions, just get up and introduce yourself and keep it short because I think everyone is tired.
Short and crisp questions, welcome.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I can, Ambassador can hear me.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Right, Sandra?
Yeah, maybe then others can also see you.
Ambassador, I'm Somajit. I teach in the Center of Studies. Just wanted, I mean, such a comprehensive presentation. Just wanted to quote a fact and an anecdote. Sure. The fact is that President Trump was very much willing to put an end to birth-based citizenship, as you said, to amend the 14th Amendment, where he said that because in America a new kind of industry has come up, if I may call it that, of bringing illegal immigrant couples inside the United States, in which the woman is in the advanced stages of pregnancy. And when that child will be born in America, then arrangements can be made to give citizenship to the parents also. So that's the fact. The anecdote is, I was going through a book known as Fury by Bob Woodward, in which he says that President Trump, when he heard it, he was not aware of this thing. When he heard that, he said that now I will revoke the citizenship of all such people. So he had to be dissuaded by his supporters. Then he said, no further such thing. Maybe he has revoked that. Maybe he has revived that demand when he's saying that further, I will never give any citizenship based on birth. Now, the thing is why he couldn't do that, as the book says, that first he had to be dissuaded, second, he contracted COVID, third, he lost the election. So, thank you, Ambassador. It was always a pleasure listening to you, whether face-to-face or on television.
Anybody else? Please.
Good
evening, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. I'm Prerna from the same center. My question is regarding to the strategic clarity and strategic ambiguity with regard to the Taiwan issue. During the elections or, after even the president is elected, we've seen that regarding the Taiwan, there has been always a stark, clarity with the issue that president takes up. Like we've seen during the Trump administration, we've said that he was the most hardest president we've seen in regard to the announcing a trade deal or anything with regard to the Taiwan. So it happens whenever the administration comes in, we see strategic clarity. So we keep on arguing that, the administration is going towards a strategic clarity. But when it comes towards the end, even we've seen in terms of the Biden administration, we see again a shift towards the strategic ambiguity. So how do you say which kind of administration, Republican or Democrats, are more towards strategic ambiguity or clarity?
On Taiwan, I don't know. I think the Biden administration has, as you said, a deliberate policy of strategic ambiguity, because Biden has several times made statements saying that if China attempts to take over Taiwan by force, then the US would be guided by the Taiwan Relations Act. And and he has said this several, I think on 3 occasions, if I'm not mistaken. But each time his spokespeople have walked back from the statement, saying there's no change in China's there's no change in US's one China policy. And I suppose as a great power, the US has to balance competing interests. No, after all, there are major economic interests that the US has in China still. And even now, the policy is not to de-link from China economically, but to de-risk from over-dependence on China. So, the Taiwan policy cannot override the policy towards China. That's the hard reality. And even if you look at Trump, I mean, Chinese companies had invested in some of his companies. The latest revelations which have come out, not much, but still. And of course,
Thank you very much. And with
maybe
this now,
one issue which I didn't touch upon is the criminal cases which former President Trump is facing, and how they impact the presidential campaign. Till now, he, I think, faces 4 criminal cases, 91 indictments, but it looks possible now that none of these may come to a conclusion with sentencing before the presidential campaign. And the Supreme Court has overturned some of the state decisions that he was debarred from the Republican campaign, to be a nominee of the Republican Party. So it's given him the ability to campaign. The second is he's also got this $500 million liability, which he has to pay in a civil suit. So how these cases impact not the Republican faithful, because Trump has used these to actually make himself the victim and say that this is the result of a political conspiracy against him. And his supporters believe it. His Make America Great Again Republican constituency, each time there's an indictment or a court hearing, the support for President Trump, former president, swells in his constituency. But how that impacts the middle of the road voter, who Trump would need to actually sway to his side, I think is a question which remains to be seen. But if the trials, linger without conclusion, then of course the impact is likely to be more limited. And then, after the election, if he wins, then he could pardon himself. But theoretically, even if he's convicted, he can stand for the presidential election. There's no bar in the US Constitution, except this, which was cited in the state judgment, the 14th Amendment. But the Supreme Court has held that it doesn't debar him. So actually, even if he's convicted, he could campaign. But then it would impact, I think, the middle of the road voter who may not want a president embroiled in a legal criminal system. But it remains to be seen. As of now, the proceedings and the indictments are strengthening Trump's hold over his constituency. Sorry, this wasn't, I thought,
So very welcome addition.
Substantive
Yes.
addition.
Can I take this?
Yes, please. Any other question?
No? So should we bring the curtain down?
Yes.
One thing which is there is, reality is manifold and multidimensional. Let's not see American election in binary fashions, this or that. Things are more complex than what they seem to be. I don't want to spoil my own mood because I'm really still enjoying the lecture and I learned a lot. And with this, let me remain ritualistic and invite our colleague, propose a vote of thanks. Sine, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this responsibility of thanking everyone who has been the part of today's seminar. On the behalf of the Center for Canadian, US and Latin American Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, I would like to extend heartfelt gratitude to Ambassador Meera Shankar for taking her time to share her insights and expertise with us today. And Ma'am, gracing this valedictory session with your presence was not less than icing on the cake. But thank you once again. And we are truly fortunate to have you today with us here. I'm also very grateful to the chair of the session, Professor Nafe. So your presence and dedication to the field of international politics is really commendable. And thank you for being the backbone of our center. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the Dean SIS, Professor Mattu, for always being a support system. Sincere thanks to him for inspiring and motivating us to organize such kind of seminars. I would also like to express my appreciation to the convener of the seminar, Dr. Vineet Prakash. Sir, your hard work and attention to each minute detail has resulted into a kind of grand success, I would say. And special thanks to ICSSR for collaborating and providing funds to us for this seminar. I'm also thankful to the students volunteer without whom today's seminar wouldn't have been the great success. A big thanks to Dr. Sandesha and Dr. Sonu Saini from School of Languages for giving us this technical support and making the seminar live. And last but not the least, I'm thankful to all the audience and who joined offline and online and made it a grand success. Thank you. Let us meet for the IP.
Congratulations. Good show.
Aditya.
Yeah. Actually,